the second one from Sofia in Bulgaria, with very interesting people and presentations and nice talks with our experts. Today we're going to move to the south of Europe, to Italy, especially to Torino. And yeah, we also have a really nice agenda today with interesting presentations from different cities. And also after a short coffee break around lunchtime, our masterclass with Michael Lake. But I don't want to tell too much. I will give over to my colleague, Silvana Sanfilio from Torino. Silvana, please.
Thank you, Mirko. And hello, everyone. Welcome to the training. This is the third session, as Mirko was saying, and it's organized by us, which are Fondazione Torino Wireless. We are based in Turin, in the north west part of Italy, and but we actually have been, let's say, working on smart cities for quite a while now. We are an ICT cluster mainly, specialized in technologies applied, of course, to different application domains. And one of these domains, of course, is smart cities, which is a really wide domain. So we've been working for several years through the development of different, let's say, programs and initiatives, really linked to also to the city of Torino, with whom we developed the smart city plan in 2012. And from then, we've been a technological partner from them, supporting and working together in different initiatives, working on, implementing technology to enhance and support better the everything that has to do with the development of the smart cities. Today, we'll have, as we was saying, a really wide agenda. We'll have not only someone from the city of Torino who will share with us some interesting initiatives, but also from the city of Florence, because we also, as Torino Wireless, are the coordinators of a national cluster on technologies for smart communities. So we know, of course, that the core, let's say, of the smart city is not only the public administration and the different players that are there, but we always have to bear in mind and to keep in mind that the citizens are the ones, we have to, like, the core players within smart city. So within the cluster, we also organize and we support companies working on smart cities, especially in 3 domains. So smart mobility, safety and security, not only physical safety, but also cyber security. And then also all the part regarding e-government and data economy, that we know that every time data is being really, is becoming even more important, and all the ways to analyze it and understand it, develop it, and use it in order to better support the development of the cities and the support of the cities. So that's all. I also bring the greetings and the regards from the CEO of Torino Wireless, Laura Morgani, who had to welcome you to this today, but she couldn't due to other urgent matters. But she says hello, and we really hope you enjoy and you learn a lot from the Italian ecosystem today, and from the other ecosystems we are presenting you within this training program, which is organized, as you know, within the European project. It's a cosmic project called SmartCTClusters, which is aimed to better support and generate collaborations between the different smart city ecosystems within Europe. So without any more further ado, I'll give the floor, or the screen, let's say, to Nicola Farronato, who's the head of the innovation team of the city of Torino. Nicola, welcome. The screen is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Silvana, and the committee for this invitation. It is really a great pleasure for me to open this session, this working day, with the aim of providing an interesting contribution from the city of Turin, and in particular from our innovation team, which is trying to shape the smart city vision that the city has adopted, and make a transition, in particular, from the concept of smart city, which is quite a broad context, of course, towards a more tailor-made concept and aim that Torino has with regards to its innovation strategy and its innovation policy. So as you can see from this first slide, apart from this very nice view of Turin by night, the payoff is the starting point of my contribution, the city partner of innovation. So 5 years ago, when we started this journey, this part of the journey, we shared the idea of having a proactive approach towards demand and offer of innovation. So typically, we know that innovation is created by either research or industry, which are putting a lot of efforts to generate new breakthrough innovations, new discoveries, new technologies, and so forth. So the city has different opportunities or possibilities in terms of which kind of role it's adopting towards innovation. And our role is a proactive approach. So we are trying to position ourselves in our vision at the forefront of a number of verticals, a number of innovation sectors, taking a little bit of more risk thanks to the city lab approach, so a city welcoming experimentation. And we know that the experimentation, when we talk about the innovation maturity curve, experimentation is in need of a little bit of more risk-taking and can give back a first mover advantage. So if you are able to generate a good experimentation at urban scale, at the urban level, you probably can be an early adopter in terms of a territory, in terms of city, in terms of urban landscape, of certain kind of innovations, certain kind of emerging technologies. And in a way, Turin is willing to be a home for emerging technologies. So putting together the city lab, so an experimental ground for innovation openness and approach, and blending this with a number of emerging technologies is probably the direction that we are taking to continue evolving the concept of smart city, and in particular, leveraging bottom-up the smart communities factor for helping the city to provide its stakeholders, either way, citizens, businesses, of course, and other local administrations with new tools, with new weapons in terms of innovation, smart city, and progress. So this is a little bit of an introduction of what I would like to share with you today, and I prepared a few slides just to give you a bit of context. So let's start from identifying which is the agenda that we have when we speak about smart city. What you see now is a little bit the territory of the municipality of Turin, with a number of bullet points that has icons and represent a number of verticals, a number of sectors that we are prioritizing in a way towards our smart city project. So you can imagine that Turin is in its DNA an automotive city, so a city which has started from being a car manufacturing city, and now it's evolving its paradigm towards smart mobility and the broaden scope for smart mobility. In fact, when we speak about smart mobility, and you see here at the core of this map, smart road, we look at the possibility of, first of all, generating and developing a shared open infrastructure that smart roads, so connected and autonomous vehicles, but also drones, for example, urban air mobility, and space mobility to some extent, can converge and have in common. Of course, speaking about smart mobility means taking into consideration a number of families of emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, IoT, edge computing, mobile computing, and a number of other, let's say, niches of technologies. Other than these, of course, the city, starting again from its DNA, has a solid manufacturing background. And that, of course, turns into prioritizing the Industry 4.0 paradigms, and also the impact that Industry 4.0, as well as long as other more intangible technologies, can provide to very mature sectors, but sectors that, especially in the last 24 months, we have seen their relevance and their scope, such as the healthcare role of cities. In Italy, at least, we have the regional government owner of the healthcare of the region, but the city, especially through the pandemic that we have been living in and experiencing, in my opinion, cities have acquired a more important role also in terms of healthcare. So, of course, if you position, therefore, Turin in the map, but also in using few key figures, such as a bit less than 1 million citizens at the moment, 10% of those are students, so we are a university city thanks to 2 public universities. We have a small but very dynamic startup community, and we have quite a large SME and industrial community as a background. So what our team, our innovation team, has been trying to do in the last, in particular, 24 months, has been more and more taking the direction of a startup journey rather than of a municipality with about 10,000 employees. So we have the size of a corporate, but we are trying to act as a startup. Therefore, we are trying to test, pivot, adopt, and scale as fast as we can. And that, of course, has needed a strategy which was putting at the center the possibility for a city to move, to generate a transition in a way from the concept of living lab that we know has probably started at European level in the last 20 years, and move progressively to a more proactive approach, which is the City Lab approach. So what Torino City Lab is basically is an innovation strategy adopted by the city and forged by the city. But at the same time, it is an open innovation platform, which basically enabled the city to be at the center of the innovation flow and involve an ecosystem of partners. The city, in fact, what you can find in the left-hand side of the slide is about 70 partners. They are growing double-digit. 50 experimentation projects launched just in the last 24 months. 5 challenges and more to come, of course. I would like to highlight the relevance of the ecosystem. And the reason is the ecosystem is key to support the city and help the city to go through major challenges happening at smart city level, but also as a global hub for and point of reference for companies, for citizens. It is important to have around a number of organizations able to put skills, know-how, share in a sort of competitive mode, an open innovation approach, share a part of the journey towards certain kind of processes. So we have started to build this ecosystem about a couple of years ago, and we are really satisfied of the progresses we have been able to reach today. So the ecosystem for us is at the center of this process. Another very important factor is the international network. So today, in our opinion, a city, a smart city, cannot be considered just a national, under a national flag or a national hub. It must be integrated with international networks. It must become a hub of a global flow of innovation energy, innovation processes, and innovation transformation, of course. So what you can find here is a subset of some of the recent collaborations that we have got at European and pan-European level. At the beginning of my presentation, I was mentioning the importance of the smart road paradigm for Turin. Turin has been the first city in Italy to pre-authorize the 35 kilometers smart road, which is at the center, so really at the core of our road infrastructure, and is also being equipped with state-of-the-art technology to allow experimentation, as of today, of connected and autonomous vehicles. Recently, we have started a collaboration with 5GAA, one of the most active international associations and network, in which Turin has been the first city at global scale to join and to become member. And this collaboration, in our opinion, has been one of the steps to drive forward the whole concept of the mobility paradigm. Again, mobility for us is made of road, air, space. And that means there is a common background at infrastructural level, at least, which is allowing connected and autonomous vehicles to interact with the flying vehicles. We are speaking about drones for different purposes. We are speaking about rockets very soon, which will depart from just outside of our cities. And the idea here is, again, to generate economies of scope for achieving innovation, breakthrough, new standards for, of course, with benefits at citizen level and at business local level. Turin has been very active in the urban air mobility journey. So far, we are continuously experimenting, continuously adopting new technologies, and partnering with emerging companies, in particular startups, from all around the globe. Here you see an example with a company based in Detroit, US, which is enabling remote flying. So a drone can fly and perform a mission in Detroit in a closed, so indoor space, and the pilot can sit in Turin. So more and more, this idea, this combination of smart mobility paradigms is, of course, moving towards the space economy and space mobility. This is a trend growing double digit, we know from international bunch of researchers. Turin, in its master plan, is also looking at building an aerospace city, thanks to the heritage, to the know-how of a number of players, Leonardo, Thales Alenia, just to mention a couple, new collaboration with the European Space Agency, and of course, a city lab approach. So a city challenging continuously the state of the art and willing to be a proactive player when we speak about innovation. So I was mentioning to you that in terms of infrastructure, we are trying to connect emerging technologies. So today, for example, 5G edge computing, IoT, AI, cybersecurity are some of the keywords we are used to leverage when speaking about emerging technologies. And at the same time, the common infrastructure shared by different types of objects, part of the smart mobility paradigms, have a number of these technologies in common. So we are trying to connect those two and forge a multidimensional, open, integrated smart mobility paradigm for our city, and looking to be a leader on this. I mentioned already to you a number of these projects. we are trying to experiment as much as we can. The example of this project done within the UN campus of the city of Turin is just one of the recent examples. I'm skipping some slides here just to go to some more content. The bottom-up approach for us is very important. Therefore, the startup community is key to be nurtured. I'm personally coming from 10 years of background in the startup domain from the private sector. And when accepting the challenge and the mandate from the city of Turin, I've been trying to think about how can we attract startups belonging to a specific niche and helping the city bottom up to generate a transition towards new paradigms. Well, one of the actions that we have been able to switch on has been the attraction of one of the top global accelerators named Techstars, US accelerators, ranked probably in the first 5 positions at global scale. And the idea has been trying to put together a number of key players that can use our urban experimentation platform to generate entrepreneurial and innovation and change energy that can, of course, contaminate in the positive way all the city. So the same we are trying to do in different verticals, also urban air mobility level. We are partnering with a number of startups and looking at new challenges to be performed and to be developed. When we look at urban air mobility, of course, the new challenges belongs to moving goods and people within urban and pan-urban spaces, thanks to drones. So in particular, we are testing loads at the moment. We've been testing loads up to 25 kilos of goods transported in a multimodal last mile delivery mode from outside of the city to the city center. And we will continue towards this direction, which is quite a hot topic today for cities. And at the same time, we are really trying to push towards vertical ports for drones or taxi drones, which will be the next frontier for pan-urban transportation. We are leveraging drones also for entertainment purposes. We have run a number of indoor projects within some of the most iconic city buildings and landmark buildings within the city, such as Mole Antonelliana or Egyptian Museum in Turin. Of course, smart mobility and the key verticals of our smart city paradigm belong to, in a way, the data economy or the data and the big data needs of resources. So the city has been equipped with a drone unit for urban air mobility, but also with a big data lab. So we are trying to look at data, of course, to learn from behavioral pattern, to model data and find out ways to better leverage city or municipality services towards its citizens, and emerging technologies allowing us to automate more and more services to generate benefits both for the local government and, of course, for the end user. All this summarized innovation activity is funneling into a new project, which we will be launching just next Tuesday here in Turin. And this project is called CTE Next, the Home for Emerging Technologies in Turin. So what is this new project? Turin in the last 6 months has won a national challenge to become one of the cities which better can represent how the urban experimentation can be turned into value thanks to technology transfer. We will focus these 4 key verticals, so smart road, urban air mobility, both belonging to the wider smart mobility paradigm, Industry 4.0, and innovative urban services. And the way we are looking at this is creating hotspots, network of hotspots of innovation, and putting together, thanks to a connection, an infrastructural connection, and a content connection, the key players of research and technology transfer that we have in the city. We are refurbishing and rebuilding a new central hub in which co-design, temporary working for startups, and a number of innovation activities will be available. It will be in our idea a sort of urban campus for innovation, especially trying to launch new challenges that will be able to involve students, startups. So really a lot of bottom-up approach combined with the ecosystem of Torino City Lab. I would like to try to conclude this contribution with a couple of more comments. First of all, we are trying to look at a circular innovation model. And what circular innovation model in our idea is trying to foster experimentation and trying to extend the life of experimentation as much as possible, moving from one vertical, so imagine data in particular, coming or outcoming from an experimentation at smart mobility level, could be used in agri-food, agri-tech as raw data for a new experimentation. So this new model, circular innovation model, is willing to optimize the waste generated by experimentation, which by design is generating quite a lot of failures, since we are trying to be at the front of innovation and trying to take some risks. But at the same time, thanks to a data-driven approach, thanks to artificial intelligence, thanks to experimental modeling, we are trying to reuse as much as possible those data and creating a virtuous models for smart cities to come. Last but not least, one of the key elements in our opinion that is shaping our smart city approach is a reactive and proactive combined decision-making model. Reactive means we need to be able to face black swans or big exogenous shocks such as COVID taught us. And the way we can do that is, yes, be reactive. So as soon as something of this dimension can come, we need to be ready to do something more than zero, ideally something clever. But at the same time, the proactivity, so the city being at the core of the innovation flow, in our opinion, is key. And few results are starting to be seen. So the third city in Italy in terms of GDP with an industrial economy and an innovation DNA has been adopting just a couple of years ago, really an open innovation strategy and a city lab approach. And we are starting to see top international innovation brands coming to Turin for R&D and technology transfer purposes. So we are not paying them. We are one of the highest countries in terms of taxation, so there is no fiscal benefit at all, but we are offering a urban landscape able to stimulate them and willing them to be part of the equation. I hope that this has been inspiring to some extent, and I'm really keen on following the discussions of today's works. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Happy to share my details for further talks, further discussions, if you think it can be valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you very much for this overview and explanation and of all the city of Torino's initiatives. And it's really interesting to get to know all the things that you've been developing, and also really interesting about the approach that the city has taken, because well, I think it's really aligned with what we're trying to do from our sides, from the cluster. So having the confirmation that for the city, like the ecosystem is, you know, key, and how you see all the different actors within the ecosystem working together with a, you know, driven by the city in this case, that at the end is the one that can, you know, provide and collect a lot of information, and that I think is the one that can also drive a lot of collaboration and guide the implementation of the smart city paradigm. Okay, so I would like to invite everyone to make questions or to include comments if you may have them. You can write them through the chat, and then I can read them and Nicola can address them. Just please, go ahead. I have still one question. I know that you were mentioning, Nicola, maybe it's something that you will be explaining next week with the launching of CTE. But I know there will be different opportunities also for companies and startups that you were saying to be part of this of the City Lab and of the 4 pillars. Can you maybe say a little bit more about it? Like if it's a company is interested or something like that?
Absolutely. So thanks for the question, Silvana. So CTE, a Home for Emerging Technologies, will be first of all a 4 years program. So it will really provide impact for the next 4 years. We are really committed. We are building a subset of an ecosystem. So we are really welcoming companies from all over Europe, from all over the world, ideally, to join us, to become partner, to have a chat, and to explore the opportunity of co-designing new state-of-the-art innovation and experimentation into these 4 pillars. Again, smart road, urban air mobility, industry 4.0, and innovative urban services. So the Home for Emerging Technologies, in my opinion, is first of all a framework project which has got a public grant and a private co-funding, but for sure we will be looking to launching challenges mainly for innovators. So startups, SMEs are at the core of our target audience. And again, we are willing to empower innovators to become part of our ecosystem. We can see this as a very open network. So there is no, the door is open. You can knock the door, come in, have a dialogue with us, and ideally identify a win-win opportunity for experimentations and for innovation breakthrough made in Turin.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, this is something for everyone participating in this training to know, and you're welcome here. So that's for sure. It's really interesting, and I think it's a really good opportunity also, especially for, as you were telling, startups and SMEs that is every development that they have, and they're really in the core of the challenges that there are in the different fields. So the opportunity for them to give them, as we said in Spanish, granito de arena, so the bit of sand to contribute to the wider ecosystem and to the smart city is a really good opportunity. Any other questions? Don't be shy. We are here having a conversation too. So if you want even to share an experience or something like that, it would be really interesting to get to know everyone. So for everyone also, the participants, this is a project we would like. I start speaking from the project. Let's say with the project hat. That we are currently also getting to know the ecosystems, especially the ones that we are working within our project, in order to map which are the opportunities and which are the competences of the companies, and mainly the small and medium companies and startups that are, let's say, what they are developing, where they're interested in further development regarding smart city, especially on smart mobility. So I think we are really aligned here, but also on smart energy and smart environment, because it's are the key topics that we are addressing, at least with our project. So we'll be actually launching a survey to map which are the interests of the companies. Maybe something we can even share with you also, Nicola, if you'll be interested, because I think it's the idea to collaborate and to generate a wider ecosystem. About that, you talk a lot about mobility. Are there maybe some other opportunities also regarding, as I was telling, energy and environment in the city? Or because I know maybe mobility is the core and the key priority, but are there any opportunities in those fields?
Thanks for the question. So absolutely. So I think that green transition, energy transition is certainly at the core of every state, region, city agenda. So we have an environment park, so a specific regional and city center based on this kind of research in the city. We have quite a focus on circular economy projects, as I have briefly mentioned before, also thanks to the University of Turin. And we do have an interesting hydrogen project connected to energy transition for mobility services, so public mobility services. So there are a bunch of opportunities also in this let's say, vertical. And I think that also looking at potential available resources within the new European funding planning, it will be a very interesting domain to propose innovation, experimentation, to be proactive, also involving the cities.
No. Well, thank you very much. That is also really interesting. I'm receiving some of the questions maybe, that we were within from our prior partners. One says that we see that the model of smart city strategy that Torino has implemented includes the main element, like a startup focus. It was really interesting to have this. I think it was really well, a really good explanation. We got what you were feeling, you wanted to say with the startup approach. So how important is building a strategy with complementary elements like this, like you were saying, that is not only the city, but you have to take into account all the ecosystem. Well,
I'll try. This is a complex question. I'll try to give a very simple answer. I think that a city, we cannot think that a city has all the resources in terms of exactly the answers at the right time, at the right place, to be able to go through the main challenges that emerging technologies are bringing. So we cannot think this is a reality. For this main reason, in order to break down complexity, you need to make those kind of journeys, or a part of those transition journeys in company of other stakeholders. And the stakeholders that the city, in my view, needs to have around are those organizations at all of all sizes, startups, SMEs, corporate research, that for each specific problem to tackle, for each specific technology or innovation challenge, can provide scope, therefore economies of scope, to help the city go through smoothly, as smooth as possible, and of course, most of all, get benefits without being passive towards this change. So change is happening. City alone is not having all the resources. Therefore, it's better to partner and make the journey with other people more equipped with skills, because they belong to industry, they belong to research, they have this focus in a more specific way rather than in a more wide and general way.
Thank you. Okay, I have another question here I'm seeing. If you can give some suggestions on how do you involve companies on the experimentations?
So the most important suggestion, in my opinion, is that what we have adopted, at least I tell you our experience, we have adopted an open call for innovation. An open call means that every time, so 24/7, 365 days per year, you can propose an experimentation or innovation project willing to engage with the city. You can do it very simply through a web form through our website, torinocitylab.it. And our team will process within 4 weeks, will process this feasibility. So can we commit of supporting this experimentation? And most importantly, we'll also identify partners from the ecosystem which can be enablers of this experimentation, because the success of the innovator is the success of the city. So we are running for the same scope.
Thank you. In fact, we can share we send an email afterwards the event with the explanation, so we can put all these links also there. Okay, next question. I have Lorenzo Berzi, that is actually our next speaker, is asking that if, in your experience, are there any relevant regulations and rules issues to be solved to efficiently prepare on-field testing of new ICT solutions?
So take into consideration, thanks for the question. Probably a partial answer is this. So at local level, so let's say regulation or formal decisions that the city can take. Of course, the city, what we have been doing is involve all the local government stakeholders and approve the framework that Torino City Lab is using to function and to ideally function efficiently. On the other hand, we have got some, let's say, we have been slowed down by national regulations. An example is the smart road regulation. So today, at least in Italy, smart road regulation is opening up only to car makers to make certain kind of experimentations. While we on the innovation arena, we know that most of the times, the real breakthrough come from an outsider. So non-car makers are willing to challenge the state of the art. Therefore, we have been suggesting, we have been putting together a number of questions and proposals to change this national regulation to enable more open innovation into the connected and autonomous vehicles, and therefore the use and the optimization of a smart road urban circuit. So there are always restrictions to be played around, to be worked around. And of course, being the second part of the question is data and privacy. So it's not easy to comply with the current regulation, of course. And a city must do it. So we all must comply with GDPR and privacy law. The way we are handling this is, of course, first of all, engaging with the test users. So making them aware of the kind of experimentation we are going through. Of course, anonymizing and using the normal procedures for maintaining a privacy as it should be. And also exploring if we can do at local government level anything in terms of new, let's say, rules to mitigate the fear in a way of an end user to see its data violated, and the opportunity of an experimentation to help the city and its ecosystem to generate benefits for citizens. So it's an equalizer, of course, of these two forces that needs to be taken into consideration.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. This is a really big, regulations and issues are a really big topic, but it's really interesting also, another way to manage, let's say. Okay, any other questions? I'm seeing another one here is, what is the balance of public-private collaboration, initiative, joint actions in order to accelerate efficiently the development of smart cities? I think you have talked a little bit about that already, but you will have to put in, how was the best balance to do so?
Well, in order to accelerate, in my opinion, it's first of all a cultural matter. So innovation culture, if you are within a corporation, or if you are within a city of 1 million people, right? You have a number of people, thousands of people, to help move from, let's say, a more traditional and conservative culture to a more risk-taking and innovation culture. Otherwise, transition, evolution towards a smarter city will not be that easy or that fast. So in order to accelerate, the first thing to do, in my opinion, is work on the cultural level, work towards the soft skills level of the employees, of new know-how, new skills to be developed, and the new understanding of where the city and the technology and the emerging technologies are going. After this, it comes the more bureaucratic stuff. So you need to redesign the rules. You need to try to enable or smooth the barriers for innovation to be accelerated. But first of all, if you start from smoothing the bureaucratic side and you keep the conservative culture, you probably will not accelerate.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a process that you have to address little by little and be, let's say, set, the environment in order for it to be made, and adopted, let's say. Okay. Okay, I think if I don't see any more questions, if someone else has a question, just go ahead. And if not, we can say, I hear something, but I don't know if someone that is trying to talk. If not, we can say thank you to Nicola Farronato.
Thank you very much.
For this amazing presentation about all the opportunities that are in Torino. And we hope to see everyone coming to Torino to experiment and be part of this city lab that is the city. And of course, to learn from it at the end is what we want to do.
You're welcome for sure. Thank you, and have a good continuation of the session.
Thank you too. So yeah, I want to introduce our next speaker is Professor Lorenzo Berzi from the University of Florence. Good morning and welcome here. The professor is currently an adjunct professor of the electrical and hybrid electric vehicle design, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the idea is gonna share with us mobility and energy insights within the city of Florence and what the university has been, working on. So.
Yes. Thank you. Just let me introduce very briefly. Sorry, I cannot go forward to the slide, but yes, that's it. I'm part of the Department of Industrial Engineering of Florence. Just read a few words regarding our university. In the same building, we have industrial, information, and civil and environmental engineering departments, and we have about 6,000 students. My origin is costruttore di macchine, so it means machine design. It's I would say carbon and steel origin. But in the end, our department is evolving, and right now we have about 200 people working in our department, so we have different competences, and this is just an highlight of our main working sectors. I would come to the university activities later. Just let me present a few slides regarding the context in which we are acting, and maybe in a little provocation from my side. Well, when we think about mobility in a smart city, I guess we think about many elements, but 3-4 very often cited elements are the use of electric vehicles, the use of, I would say, mobilità dolce in Italian, which is very light electric vehicles for personal mobility. We think about the use of renewable sources and to reduce the impact of any human activity. And also we think about switching to natural materials like biopolymers, fibers, and so in order to reduce well, the impact overall. If we look at these innovative solutions, we can see they are not really innovative because these solutions already existed in the past. This is, for example, is Henry Ford testing a car with biofibers in the bodywork. The fact that these solutions were present in the past and then were not so relevant for many years doesn't mean that they are not suitable, because innovation means that something changes so that even old ideas can be winning ideas in the present if there are some differences in the context. What are the main differences? I would say at least three drivers for the transition. The first one is the different sensitiveness to sustainability. This is certainly an enabling factor. The second one is the availability of hardware like batteries, power electronics, any kind of electronic device and mechanical device which is efficient and providing efficient use of energy. And of course, telecommunications, which enables big data acquisition and analysis. I would say that starting from these three drivers, right in these years, we are assisting to a shift in terms of energy use and vectors to deliver this energy. We are assisting to a shift in materials used in industrial materials, industrial interest on certain materials. Here I'm citing batteries and motors, two relevant components for smart mobility, I would say. We are talking about infrastructures which are needed to support this transition. In case of vehicles, simply the charging infrastructure is the enabling factor. And also we are talking about a shift in the vehicle type availability and also in the ownership need by the user. We are going through, for example, the reduction of vehicle ownership and use of shared vehicles. Also, if we look at the potential growth of the electric vehicles, I would say that making provision, making forecast is a good opportunity to say things which are not going to be real. It's very difficult to make a provision. And many times, also in my limited experience, I saw that the forecasts were disattended. But this time, the growth in the electric vehicles sales and the general context really suggests that in 10 years we will see a rapid growth and a potential phase out from internal combustion engine from manufacturers. These are just some prints from general information to support this thesis. So I think that we will see electric vehicles, we will see new mobility activities in the next 10 years. In parallel with the sale of electric vehicles, we can also see the installation of charging points, which are absolutely, I would say, needed to support this transition in the context, in the idea that we are going to use the vehicles in the same way they are used right now. But do we really want only to switch the type of vehicle, or do we really want to improve the sustainability of cities, the quality of life in the cities? Well, it's quite difficult for me to say because as a technician, it's not my job, I would say. But let me offer a definition of sustainability. I used this definition, which are quite old. But this one is particularly relevant in my opinion because 7 points are indicated as sustainability indicators of a transport method. As a first site, I would say that switching to electric vehicles for sure reduce the noise, reduce CO2 emission, reduce pollutants in the air. From the point of view of improving safety and mitigate congestion in the cities, I would say that these solutions are almost neutral. I mean, substituting one vehicle with another similar vehicle but electrical doesn't really mitigate congestion and doesn't really reduce the probability of a serious accident. This can be modified by ICT technologies, for example, for active safety or even automated driving. In addition, we have a certain risk. Maybe this is uncertain, but I just want to provocate. We have a certain risk that due to cost increase, even the mobility opportunities will reduce for some population, will reduce for some groups. So the challenge for the cities is to preserve and enhance mobility opportunities, especially, for example, with public transport, because personal transport can even shrink in comparison to the current situation. Just let me explain other elements. Well, regarding the CO2 emission, it is known that electric vehicles are going to reduce this impact. So I don't want to spend much more time on this. Just let me say that in the scenario in which we are using a low carbon intensity source, we can go far below the target that the European Union set for personal vehicles. So energy and vehicles and electric vehicles are really binded. They are two topics which cannot be examined separately. We always have to ask, where does the energy come? Regarding the reduction of congestion in smart cities, of course, we will see, we hope that we will see a transition to new vehicles from very light vehicles substituting cars to, I would say, personal mobility vehicles integrated with public transport vehicles. This is the example of Florence, in which the tramway was not accepted easily at the beginning, but now it is really part of the city skyline. It is really part of city life. But also we need to improve the use scenarios. I have statistics here. Only 7,000 vehicles are available in free-floating shared mobility, but we can expect a large growth of this solution, which is more rational because you are reducing the total amount of circulating vehicles. And also, if we look at the existing micromobility solutions in Italy, sharing micromobilities like e-bikes or mini scooters and so, well, they are not uniformly spread around Italy, but where they are present, they seem to be well targeted because they are really used for the last mile transportation of the person. So a few kilometers per trip, which is the target of these services. So you use the train to commute from one city to another, the tram to commute from one part of the city to another, and maybe you use your shared scooter or shared bike for last mile. So it can work, but still the spread is maybe not sufficient. What is the other side of the medal? In Europe, for example, these solutions all need the switch to new materials, as I said. Here, one example which is known to me because of the projects I had the opportunity to follow is the critical raw materials which are used in electric vehicles, but also in many ICT devices. Of course, vehicles and generators, electric generators are using a much larger amount than small devices. Critical raw materials, they come from Far East. They are subjected to cost variability. And they represent, for many other reasons also, some kind of worry for the European Union. That's why they have been called critical raw materials. And well, we need the technology development to reduce their use or even to getting them out of traction machines. This is an article I wanted to highlight. So there are some issues to be solved to achieve the sustainability of the new solutions, which are necessary in a smart city. Also, and this is maybe one thing which many times has been declared, but I want to highlight in a particular way. When we talk about greenhouse gas emission reduction for energy, and we are achieving slowly this target in Europe, of course, we have to deal with the increase of renewable energy generation solutions, which are about 20% of total production nowadays in Europe. But also we have a problem to be solved. That is the matching between the production. We can see that, for example, photovoltaics are producing energy in certain hours, and the effective consumption, the actual consumption from users, which is differently spread all around the 24 hours. Well, the point is that using, if you want to increase the renewable sources, you need a circulating fleet of vehicles. You need some energy storage, for example, based on all the vehicle batteries, but spread all around the country, because this energy storage or this traveling energy storage system represented by vehicle fleet is part of the system. I would say that electric vehicles can act as enabling technologies for the energy distribution of renewable sources and the improvement of the renewable sources amount. So this is a thing which is really related from the energy production and the adoption of electric vehicles. So let me go back to the initial slides. We have these ongoing transitions, maybe more ongoing transition, depending on our origin. Everyone tends to see different transitions, but these are part of our transition. And as a general point of view, I would say that for each transition, we have an opportunity, for example, to develop new technologies, to develop new business model, but also we have some risk. And we have to propose a solution to ask if we are running the transition in the correct way, if we are really achieving some results. For example, our university has many activities based on the life cycle assessment, so the CO2 assessment of the solution, to ensure that new energies, new vectors are really providing an advantage. We have opportunity and risk in using new materials, and we have to be careful in reduce material use and maybe improve recycling, and recycling starts in efficient city management. We have to look at the infrastructure, but also we have to be careful that we are not making an inappropriate use of city surface, which is a precious resource. Regarding, well, vehicle type, I would say that we have many opportunities for business also due to customer enthusiasm, but we also have the risk that in the end we are increasing the vehicle use, we are reducing the simple walking or the livability of the cities. So, well, it's too difficult to say for me if it is really a good innovation or it is a potential critical innovation. Well, this is the first part of the presentation in which I wanted to highlight some points and maybe to make some provocations. And in the second part of the slides, I would introduce the activities of my research group at the university. Well, this is the group, all the faces we have in our group. I would say that we need everyone's help, because since the activities we are managing are multidisciplinary, we are using the competences of mechanical engineers, but also ICT, power electronics, management engineers, and of course, civil and transportation engineers. So you can see so many faces here because I started the close components of my working group, but also the friends that we involve in projects when we need to have a multidisciplinary approach. So I just wanted to say that in the Italian university, traditionally, you had some small working group, but there is a transition, of course, not only at the University of Florence, but also in other research institutes. There is a transition to collaboration between departments, because multidisciplinary is needed to access to new projects and to develop new solutions. How can, for example, ICT solutions improve city quality, city life quality? Well, our group is particularly, I would say, loving big data in terms of opportunities for safety improvement. And we have some ongoing activities, very technical, I would say, in the use of this data to develop better mobility solutions, especially for power two-wheelers, so vulnerable road users, and in order to improve the testing of active safety system. This data also related to the definition of a digital twin, which is a word very used, very fashion word right now. We need some digital twins of the cities because in our simulator we want to develop and to test active safety systems or in a very safe manner, of course, using simulations. So safety is one of the targets that we are aiming to achieve to define the city as a smart one. And these are the research activities we are carrying out. Of course, I said that energy storage systems are needed for vehicles, are needed for the energy distribution, are needed to integrate different energy sources. So, of course, we are performing activities of testing for performance definition, calibration of models, aging data of batteries, for example, which is very known issue. And we are testing almost all components. In the last project, we are even testing not only second life battery cells, which are a good candidate for certain city integration, but also supercapacitors and flywheels system for, I would say, energy buffering in certain context. Well, for example, we have some studies going on or concluded in the transport definition. We built some, I would say, digital twin again of the city in order to take into account traffic, to take into account real-world driving cycles. And in the end, we tried with Enea, which is a research institute in Italy, to reduce the impact on the grid in case of fast charging of buses. So, for example, we need to have a smooth power from the grid. So that's why you need an energy buffer, such as a supercapacitor, a battery, or a flywheel. And then you use a high power charge on the vehicle. We called it flash charge, flash power on the vehicle to reduce, to make a fast integration of vehicle range. And this is, I would say, something we have been studying for a long time and some results of the activities carried out. So in a smart city, if you are using this kind of vehicles, you have to ask yourself, what is the impact on the infrastructure and which interventions you can make to reduce such impact. Another example is the smart energy management. This is a general framework of the future of the cities in which you have the power from the grid, many production, for example, from PV panels distributed in the grid. And then you have your users, both domestic and industrial, and why not a large electric vehicle fleet. What is the key solution to have a smart energy management? Maybe the adoption of a stationary energy storage and, of course, a smart energy management system. An example that we have been performing, of course, we are technicians, so we needed to perform a system of systems model based on Monte Carlo simulation, in which each component is defined with its uncertainties, is stochastic distribution of energy production or of energy use, and then to optimize this source. I would say that when you work in this context, you never see the end, because you can you start simulating one residential building, one small industry, then you pass to one part to a group of buildings, but to be sure that overall the energy management is really efficient, it would be useful to expand the simulation to hundreds or thousands of small elements in order to ensure that overall the energy management is optimized. Of course, we can ask ourselves, what does it mean to have an optimized use of energy? And for example, we had to define we called it an aggregated normalized cost. We had to define an indicator which is reducing the cost of the energy from the grid, for example, and also the CO2 emission, because the CO2 emission nowadays is varying depending on the day of the year or depending on the hour of the certain day due to the input of renewable energy. There is a growing interest, I would say, worldwide regarding the hour by hour definition of energy quality. We have this site, Electricity Map, which is providing this kind of information, so that this information is spread also to a general public and not only to experts. Just let me present a few other slides. We are in contact with the Power Electronics Lab, and we performed the creation of some wireless charging devices. For example, this is a prototype, a 3 kilowatt prototypes. This is a solution which is maybe, we are talking a bit less of this solution instead of what happened a few years ago. But we think that this is a solution for certain services. For example, we wanted to apply it to garbage collection service because talking about the risk of inefficient use of city surface for charging, you need some charging devices which are not visible, which are using a small amount of space. And this is possibly an interesting solution, especially for public charging points. We developed a prototype. As I said, I am a mechanical engineer, but we are in contact with our colleagues from Power Electronics Lab, and we have different activities ongoing from LED and power converters optimization to, of course, solar energy use. We have our colleagues prepared an electrothermal concentrator, which provides a very high efficiency, of course, defined as a combined efficiency. We have, I think in every city, you have a group which is preparing vehicle revamping for conversion of internal combustion engine into electric vehicle. I think it is just a niche application, but well, it will be present in the next year. Another activity we have been performing is about the definition of hydrogen solutions for trains and tramway solutions together with relevant partners. We had a dream, I would say, to introduce the hydrogen in the intercity context, for example, the Siena Grosseto in Tuscany, which should be a perfect solution for the integration with other, I would say, tourism and personal mobility solutions, for example, bike sharing. We are fighting to make this project happen, but it's not as easy as we thought. But our target is to decarbonize the train solutions and also to improve the opportunities. As a last step for collaboration, we are always open to international initiatives for education and joint research. For example, we had hundreds of internships, I would say anytime, everywhere. We had the possibility to host or to send our PhD students in other research institutes. This is something we are always looking from, and these are some of our students I'm very proud of. In the end, our group also has been collaborating in Horizon 2020 and formerly FP7 projects, and we have quite an experience in writing the project, organizing it, and then of course in reaching its target. And we are really open to international collaboration and to the formation of the international consortium. As a conclusion, I would say we have often old ideas. This is the Vespa, and which in Italy was translated into this light freight transport vehicle, the APE. But with the change in our context, old ideas sometimes change themselves. There is a metamorphosis into new opportunities. And so in the APE is born in Tuscany, and in Tuscany it was transformed into an electric vehicles, which is used, for example, by Amazon. So this is an example of good improvement, and an example in which you are leaving the old way, but you are also defining a new path. And that's what we aim to do for the city of Florence, and of course, for any city we are working on. So if there are some questions, I would be glad to respond.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. It was really interesting to know also from the side of the university how to approach, the research and all the smart city from a research point of view, and of all the technologies and implementations and solutions that can be, developed in order to support better this. I have a first question. I wanted to know, because I think you collaborate a lot with the city of Florence through, and there are, of course, being the University of Florence, I think your position within the ecosystem there, smart cities, is well established. So can you tell us a little bit more about how is, when, as you were mentioning, to collaborate with the other partners of the ecosystem, and especially within the city, how does that relationship works in that?
Well, there are, of course, some offices related to the innovation delivery, I would say, to the city of Florence. But the city of Florence is maybe a restricted area. We should consider that the metropolitan area of the Florence, formerly called the province of Florence, currently involves about 1 million people. And we are in contact with these offices to deliver innovation solutions. The focus in the recent years, to be honest, has been on preparing the tramway. I would say that this need almost phagocytated, all the other initiatives. But at the current level, the priority in Florence is to, as far as we understood, dealing with the mobility office of the municipality of Florence, is to integrate the public transport with light sharing solution. This is really one of the targets of the city of Florence. As a university, my personal inclination is on technical development, of course, but our desire is to implement some of the innovation we proposed, especially the smart energy management, in some demonstrators in the city, for example, for the tramway line, in order to reduce the energy consumption, to improve the recovery of energy, and to deliver these solutions. Well, that's it. I would say that Florence is a quite difficult testing area, because since it is an historical city of art interest, and so you have some limitations in modifying the current structure of the city center. But maybe also Florence needs some solutions, needs this kind of innovation to make a better use of its own historical center.
Yeah, I gather is thank you for the answer. And yes, I think is one problem that many Italian cities itself have. I think about the, how to well manage all the things within it. If I think on Rome also is something that, and Florence, of course, and especially I think mobility is really important, because being Florence also a really touristic city, I think all the, as you were saying, all the improvement, the mobility there could support that, can impact all the other sectors of the city, because if you have a better planned mobility, or a facilitated public service on transportation, then you avoid maybe too many cars and too many vehicles within the city that, is.
Yes, let me say that one of the problem of Florence, but I guess one of the problem of many other cities all around the world, in Europe, in Italy, etc., is that sometimes you have a differentiation of quality life between a historical center and peripheral areas. I mean, historical areas are more dedicated to tourism, and the peripheral areas are increasingly populated of citizens, getting new services. So you have the risk of, we say, a slow death of the historical center. In my opinion, the objective of smart mobility implementation is to reduce the risk of citizen loss in the historical center. This is one of the targets we should achieve with our intervention, in my opinion. So to improve mobility opportunities in order to keep alive the historical center. This is one of the targets.
Oh, that's really interesting too. Also, it's something that's, I think you never think about that. Maybe as an outsider, if you're not in mobility planning, and that for sure, I think more as a tourist. So I would go to the mobility to the historical center. But you're right. At the end, the city moves around. Like the city itself is around it. So yeah. I invite everyone to send the questions in the chat. It's open. And meanwhile, I have another question. It says, it's a totally different, unexpected question. It says, considering the format of the old cities in terms of history and thus mental and historical city centers, how is the required new mobility infrastructure adapted to the city? Like in the sense, like we're talking about the historical centers. So are there too many problems that are not foreseen that bring new challenge when you're analyzing it? Like, I don't know, I know digital twins, for instance, is a new concept that is taking a lot of consideration to be used, maybe to simulate, and I don't know if it allows to predict the different, these problems that can be foreseen.
Well, I'm not sure I understood correctly the question, to be honest. I also had a small disturb, but if I'm not wrong, I would say that, well, let me recall this slide. Maybe you can see that. When you switch to another kind of traction system, you do not solve the problem of city life, quality life, the problem of congestions. So I guess, this is my personal view, of course, that introducing charging points support electric mobility has to be performed in the city center. But the real opportunity to improve the quality of city life is to switch to other mobility solutions and to reduce the use of personal vehicles, at least for those who are commuting and not for those who are living there. But this doesn't mean that we have to hinder the installation of charging points, of course. We have to install these charging points where they are needed and where they are going to be used. And that's why we think that digital twin reproduction, as much detailed as possible, digital twins of the city should be used to calibrate the solutions, the installation of charging points, and of course of energy storage points.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was, and also I was, it's really interesting about all the simulations and how they support, then is the best way to, if you cannot go and try them just right ahead, is a perfect solution. I want to pass now to the part of the hydrogen trains and tramways you were talking about, and the best way would be to be able to introduce them in the intercity context. So supporting the transportation between one city and the other. How do you see the openness on the cities and the regions to adopt this kind of new, let's say, new ways of
which are incentives to do this, you mean?
I also, in fact, I wanted to see how, because from your side, okay, we get it, but how's the entire
Well,
ecosystem?
First of all, let me say, if we look at the intercity trains, Italy, in comparison with other countries, has a quite extended electrified railway system. So it is more unusual, for example, than in England to see diesel trains. But still, well, I can talk for the example of Tuscany. We have 2 free lines which are still using diesel vehicles. Which incentives to do this? Well, it's very difficult to say because not always when you save when you switch from one fuel to another, you have an energy cost saving. You need the, how can I say, the will, the determination of the authorities to try these new technologies. Not depending on the cost. I mean, in the past, switching to hydrogen, switching to electricity was seen as a method also to reduce the fuel cost. But this is really an approach which is not correct right now. We guess that without the support of the authorities which want to experiment these solutions, and without the support of the operators which want to install the refueling points, which want to test the prototype vehicles, which this is not possible. In our view, hydrogen is a sustainable solution for intercity movements, while for in-city movements, we have a classic tramway here with a grid connection. But there is some acceptance problem from the aesthetical point of view in the city center. We guess that we just need a few more batteries for certain solutions. So the technology is almost ready, while for the hydrogen train, the technology is still under development. For tramway, for hybrid tramway, let me say, battery and grid connection, the technology is ready. We just need to implement that.
Okay. So I have a last question before our coffee break, and I was wondering, like, if companies, like you mentioned, you collaborate a lot with different at European level with different projects, not only developing like new technologies and studying which is the best way to implement that. Do you collaborate also with small and medium companies? And or are you like in the projects involving them, or there is a special way to?
Yes.
They're interested in contacting you also. And
thank you for the question, which is very relevant for us. Well, here I put some different context of the projects we are managing. When we have projects, for example, at regional level, most of these projects are, can I say, addressed to small, medium enterprises. For example, we have been developing last year an electrified earth-moving machine with a very small company, and it had very good performances. So for this context, the collaboration with small, medium enterprises is welcome. For European projects, sometimes we are part of the EARPA association. This is more addressed to large companies, but in other instruments, small, medium enterprises are welcome. When I talk about possibility for education and joint research, however, we had these various experiences, for example, small medium enterprises which are funding some internship or are funding some PhD students. Well, this is something which depends on the period, it depends on the region. It is quite different across Italy and more different across Europe. But small medium enterprises, through the funding of PhD students, for example, or research fellows, they have some incentives, so it really doesn't cost them so much. And they have the opportunity to make a person grow after his degree, to include a person with innovative thinking preparation in their organization. Also, the university itself is providing some, I would say, services related to, they are called advanced services to small medium enterprises, so that we act as some kind of engineering provider for small medium enterprise which do not want to perform a certain innovation by themselves. This is certainly part of the technology transfer objective of our institute.
Okay, thank you very much for all of this information, and it's really interesting to get to know the university side and the development and research of technology side of the smart city.
As you know, this vehicle was developed in a very small company, and so this is an example of collaboration for. Well, as I say, that I'm a technician, so I'm just wanted to guarantee that the vehicle is working. But this is an example of engineering together with small medium enterprise. Not Piaggio, I mean, but the small company in this. Piaggio is a very large company, of course.
Okay. Okay, well, it's really interesting this vehicle, and well, thank you very much, Professor Berzi, for this interesting presentation and your collaboration, your participation to the training. I will give everyone 10 minutes for a coffee break right now, so we can recharge a little bit and then come back to the next two speeches. Thank you again, Lorenzo.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll be back. Yeah, Christian, go.
No, it's having been the city of Torino and Florence, like the showcasing cities, it's interesting that we're having 2 coffee breaks today. So I know that Italy loves coffee, so probably it's because of that. So we're having 10-minute break and then we're back for the next. I just wanted to share something. The format of today's session is upside down in the sense that we are counting with Michael Lake, who's based in Boston. And this is why, like, the masterclass today plays at the end of the agenda. So if in case anyone was wondering where is the main speaker, so this is why. Okay, so we invite you to stay connected, and because we're gonna end today's session with the main talk. And that's all. I don't steal much more time. See you in 10 minutes.
Okay, see you in 10 minutes. 11:45.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, I think 10 minutes pass. Is everyone else coming back? And no, Christian, let me know if we should start right ahead. Okay. Okay, I think we can restart the second half of our training session. This part is going to be more focused on energy and also like sustainability and technologies to support these two, let's say, main pillars from the smart city. Of course, as we have seen, everything is kind of connected. So, in fact, we choose to focus on these three topics: mobility, energy, and environment. Obviously, because they're well intertwined between themselves and they're all depend from one to the other. So I would like to introduce now Mr. Enrico Pochettino, who is the head of innovation department of Gruppo IREN. It's an utilities company here in Turin, but that is, let's say, that covers the northern part of Italy. So Enrico, nice to have you here, and thank you for your participation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for inviting me. I just share a presentation. If you see the presentation, just
yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Let me see. Maybe I can just introduce a little bit here and just to understand the approach of the speech. I will leave the floor to question. So because the issue is a big issue, no? Smart city, you already talked about that. So I will answer you to. Just IREN is what is called a multi-utility company. So it's an operator that deals with public services, with a strong position in the energy sector, from generation to distribution of energy, sales, of course, of energy, electricity, gas. We are also a gas distributor, district operator. So we are the third operator of the water business, so what is called integrated business, from potabilization to sewage to treatment, and we are also the third operator in the waste business, so collection to waste treatment. And then we operate mainly strictly connected with public municipalities, authorities, for what are called services to the cities, from public lighting to traffic light control, energy efficiency for public administration, but also for private bodies. And so let me say, deal with smart city because of our DNA. Our core business is to manage something that have relation with the concept of smart city. Let me say, talking about smart city that was a little bit inflated, in the past. I would share with you consideration about smart city. Maybe in the past, everybody thought about developing smart city from centralized approach, like something like saying, okay, we would to transform the city into a smart city and trying to define, say, a model of developing the smart city as a whole. It was quite ambitious, but let me say, quite difficult to carry on because of two main problems. The first one is that if you want to try to design one step of the smart city, you need, of course, a lot of budget, and public administration budget by definition, let me say, at least in Italy, so the problem is there's no room to anticipate capital expenditure without a short return. And the second one was, in my opinion, that wasn't clear the business models, no? Okay, so just to give you a few examples, some city were talking about putting sensors inside the town and developing a integrated platform in order to show the emission and control the town and so on. Okay, the point is, who is paying that, and are the citizens interested in this service, and are there any companies that would like to say develop business on this information? And the answer, let me say, was more or less no. There's no way of. But in any case, fortunately, no, the smart city are developing under another approach that is more concrete, is trying to solving specific needs, looking at business model and services that are singular service, but that look at all together are making really a smart city. So thanks to the developing of technology, and so also the lowering of the cost of electronics and telecommunications and so on, thanks to also the increase of the needs of the citizen, no? The smart cities are developing, and let me say, and maybe now we or the citizens are not aware that the smart city is already there, and so we can call it already smart city, of course, in the first stage, and the stage will come in the future. So I will just give you just a few examples of in our business what we are developing that could consider really as a small brick, you know, of an overall picture, no? So talking about energy, I will focus really some example on the trends, no, in order to let everybody aware of what could be developed also in the future. So already talk about the need of regulation, of balancing the energy network. So as for electricity, really the game is changing and will be a disruptive really scenario, because the integration of renewable energy are pushing us to introduce something that is completely new in terms of also behavior. So no more a centralized production of electricity, there is a distributed production, and really to orchestrate, to coordinate not only the production, no, but now mainly the demand of electricity. So starting from the concept of prosumer that I'm not explaining again, you already know, starting from the development and installation of some devices that are already in every house. Now there is a new market that is developing, that is the demand response market, in which all the citizens, starting from the companies and then coming to the citizen, are asked and are paid, no, to collaborate to the balancing of the network. So the electricity load are no more fixed, no. They can go up and down according to some specific need in real time that come from the network operator. That could be what is called the transmission system operator, no, like Sterna, or the distribution system operator in the future, that is the local distributor of electricity. The energy community, for example, that are coming thanks to also the European population, is another way of putting together different needs and different people that together cooperate, firstly for the aim of the self-consumption. So they try to optimize, maximize the consumption of the energy that they are producing, but they, thanks to batteries and thanks to pumps that can regulate and so on, they can also offer ancillary services to the market. So that will change really the cities, let me say, the behavior from this point of view. So what I think is important also under technology is that we need really an orchestra, no, to coordinate a lot of devices and a lot of behavior, say, and that is possible thanks to technology, thanks to communication, but also thanks to artificial intelligence and predict the loads, we predict the production, and we to make this modulation the more automatic as possible. So in order to achieve this goal, so the citizen cannot be asked, let me say, by phone to connect a load. No, they have to have the more normal behavior, and the appliances have to do this work for them, no, without changing their level of service, let me say,
Enrico, sorry, can you talk a little bit higher, because it's not, sometimes we cannot hear you that well, it's too slow. Maybe you have to increase the volume a little bit or something, but sorry.
I don't know how to do it, but I try to speak louder. Maybe I can put the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a few example of, for example, Horizon 2020 project that are in place currently in our group. You know, we are managing in the innovation department right now about 15 Horizon 2020 project, and we are ready for the new program. And one of these is this project, this project called Planet, in which we have been asked to coordinate different vector of energy. So starting from the electricity, that is a vector, but needs to, as I was saying, and but making cooperation so with the gas network and the distribution net. So we developed with some university also some algorithm and tested modulation of pumps and other devices according to the request of another example of what we are facing in the future is, for example, all the power to gas and the hydrogen production that you or as the hydrogen can be used by electricity, thanks to electrolyzer, and with the hydrogen you can also use it directly or retransform it thanks to fuel cell, but you can produce also a synthetic natural gas, no? So we experimented in this big project that developed 3 pilots, one in Italy, one in Swiss, and one in Germany, the production with different technology of synthetic biomethane. No? So the synthetic biomethane, that is interesting. The call that we want wasn't for, let me say, the methane of the gas sector, was for the electricity sector. So how can we solve the problem of balancing the network? That was one of the solutions that the European Union decided to finance. No? Of course, in terms of cost, we are quite far from economic sustainability, but cost of technology are decreasing fast, and also expect some incentive on the hydrogen production and another example is this project that is also then we are starting the testing of a device that is a high temperature heat pump integrated with a thermoelectric plant in order to increase the flexibility of this plant that is already balancing the national network. But with this tool we can give a boost and increase also the efficiency of another example is this project is called César, with a niche technology that is under development, always with the same objective. No? In addition, of course, also in terms of recovery of wasted heat, no? That always important for is the efficiency. Just moving, for example, to the building, you know, the building, of course, will are playing a very important role, not only in terms of increasing efficiency, but also because they are getting more and more connected and an active player in this market. An example is the startup Brain that maybe share capital, and we have just closed yesterday, you know, a new round of financing, very important. They are they developed a system that can optimize the heat production by retrofitting, you know, without changing the part of the thermal production. Thermal means both heat and cool the building. Thanks to artificial intelligence algorithm, increasing the efficiency between 50–30% without changing any hardware device. No? So, of course, is an example of how the technology can be implemented without the direct involvement of the citizens. So this is a system that as objective to keep the quality level, no, of the energy exchange to the building, so maximizing the comfort of the inhabitants, but at the same time minimize the inhabitants, you know, of the building really can be not aware of having this solution in the building. Talking about the mobility sector, you already talked about that. For example, we tested, and that is our European project, the first vehicle-to-grid charging station, the first for IREN, but let me say also one of the first, because many operators are talking about that, but there are no many solutions. So the aim of a vehicle-to-grid project is to use the batteries of the cars that are connected to balance the network. So a double flow of electricity, not only from the charging station to the car, but also on the other way around. Of course, the vehicle-to-grid can have any different way of operating. We can have also only a smart charging that is modulation, no? So of energy applied from a charging station to the car, so increasing or decreasing it, but can also go to reverse flow. No, it's important. Waiting for development of technical rules and also some development on car manufacturers in order to spread this technology. Let me say in a scenario car charging. But let me say mainly for householders, no, because the system is more efficient when connected not to public charging station, but more in a private one, because more of the car is connected to the most you can exploit this technology. Just moving to the waste business, of course, also something that is a traditional sector like the collection of waste have had really big improvement. There are already doing most of our the city in which we operate. We are doing already the tariff as pay as you throw, no? So we can charge every citizen on how much waste they produce. Right now we are doing counting the time they give us the waste. In future, maybe we can also on the weight, the waste, and we are looking at solution also to identify the quality of the waste they are producing. So if we throw, I don't know, organic inside the plastic, that is a problem for us and for all the recycling projects. So we but we are also using artificial intelligence in order to optimize and predict the traffic and optimize the route of trucks and so on. And let me say, I think it's also something related to smart city, looking at what is after the service that is more fair to the citizen, not only the collection, but what we, after that, no? Because you know that going to the recovery of material, the more than traditional transformation of waste into energy, for example, in waste to energy plant, we need technologies in order to deal with different materials, no? So that is very important. So we are introducing, for example, some robotics in one of our plants that is recycling electrical equipment. Also, thanks to some robotics, by the way, developed by Italian startup, we can increase the production, the efficiency of the line. For example, of dismantling the flat panel of television, and but many other technology are testing, and we expecting the next years really changing this the waste treatment sector. And just to close and leave the floor for any question, I would say that is also important for a company like us, but we can have a some effect also on the citizen is all the equipment that we are introducing in order to operate and our infrastructure in order to decrease the cost of maintenance and anticipating some maintenance. So all the predictive maintenance say tools, but also using different way of using drones for some infrastructure. We are satellite information. We are using, for example, airplane, and for example, that are some use cases that we already tested, but are already inside our procedure for monitoring dams. No, we used to do it by human. Now we do it by a drone, and it's behind a computer, but the computer, thanks to the image recognition, can give some important information on according to the algorithm would be the problem on in terms of maintenance. No? And you know, if you want, I also a short video about how we use, for example, the image recognition for the losses of the district heating, no? by plane. No? And I don't know if you can also hear the music. No? Is it mute, or can you hear also the music?
I think it's mute. I don't hear any music,
No,
but
it's a problem that we have in every Cisco presentation. But I can just comment them. No, that are the images of thermal. Just let me mute also for me, because if not. hear me? That are the images that we take thanks to this flight. It's very interesting because we used to detect the losses of the distributed network, so the small losses. The big one are easy to find because are more or less something like a geyser inside the city, but the small one are very tricky because are the first step before a big leakage, and is a waste of course of water, but a waste of heat, and they can last for years, let me say. And we used to detect them thanks to a car that used to go around during winter months in Turin, and the car spent about 5 months to cover not all the town, but something like 70% of the town. Now in one night we can cover all the town, and just after 1 week we can have a complete list of the leakages, also the small one, without any fault alarm. So because the artificial intelligence after a few years of operation can really apart what are false fault alarm. And so after 1 week, we have a table that is very usable for our technician, and increase the efficiency. What I think is interesting that using this information now we are doing some other activities because we can we have some ideas in mind, and we are working with Polytechnic of Torino in order to use this important data that comes from the image, image recognition, for other purposes in terms of development of the distributed network, but also some services for the city. And yeah, just to close, another important sector is all the connection that we can have with the smart city concept, starting from the public lighting, for example, because this is an asset already placed in every town, and we can really something interesting starting from the public lights. So we have something like a laboratory in Turin, which we are testing new solution, and the main objective for us is to try to find the business model in order to use this kind of asset, and also trying to solve the problem of interoperability of in order to have really the possibility in the future to start from a technology and changing and using technology of our other suppliers without changing the overall infrastructure. So that is very important also for the city when they decide to make an investment. I will finish my presentation, and I open to question.
Thank you very much, Enrico, for this presentation. It's really interesting to see all the projects and all the different things, the initiatives that you are developing as Gruppo IREN, and also the different, as you were mentioning, implementations of technology in order to support the best way of not only management, but as you were saying, monitoring and yeah, managing the energy supply. So if the floor is open for question, if anyone has any question, you can raise hands or write them in the chat. Just open it to. Here is the first one. So, having all these different technology solutions, how IREN is collaborating with R&D institutes, public administrations, supplier companies, and competing companies?
Yeah. Well, let me say, we adopted what is called an open innovation approach. So we talking about university and research center. We some say contract, overall contract in order to trade with them, and of course some universities that are more close to us, but let me say we are cooperation with every kind of institution that have a solution that could be interesting for us. Let me say also being first multi-utility company in terms of participating in 2020 project, we have a big network of cooperating with us. But in terms of cooperation, for example, with startup, we launched a corporate venture capital project under which, for example, the Venture investment has been done. So we have an offer for startup that have two pillars. Let me say one is the industrial cooperation in terms of development or commercial cooperation. The first customer or other them, and together with the second pillar, that is the financing of a startup. We take always minority stake, so we operate like a not say VC operator, but with, let me say, advantage for the startup of being an industrial operator. Test the new solution to give also the future customer opinion in terms of needs and so on.
Okay, yeah, really interesting. Also, yeah, this different. In fact, I wanted to ask about the open innovation. So it was already mentioned by you, the different ways that you collaborate, and yeah, you were saying Horizon projects open also the collaboration outside Europe. So I think you are in touch with all the kind of the ecosystems and have a specific also, as you were saying, collaborations and opportunities with each of them. I have another question here from Professor Berzi. Is regarding vehicle to grid, the implementation of vehicle to grid. It says, are there suitable technical standards for hardware in Europe? Do you see any problems for future implementations due to standardization issues?
Yeah, that is one of the point, because the vehicle to grid right now done to DC connection, no? And let's say the cost of a DC charger is quite expensive, no? It are more common with DC charger for fast charging, but let me say the vehicle to grid, so the demand response starting from a car is quite the opposite of the fast charging, no? So very effective, as I was saying before, if the car stay connected to the thanks to the charging station a lot of hours, no? And so, example, in private houses is very expensive from cities to buy and for us to sell DC charger. The point is that that is changing, and we're studying that with some also car operators, and we could move also to AC charging, and in the end of the year also some new technical rules will be, because it's also a matter of making the right communication between the charging station, not only with the software of the charging point operator that are easy to manage, you know, but also communicating with the car, because the charging station usually do not know the level of charge of the car, but we don't know what is most important, the need of the owner of the car in terms of level of charging, no? Just to give you an example, if you install a charging station in a company car park, for example, no? And the employee arrives with the car that is, I don't know, the percent charge. Maybe almost all the years they park in the 9 o'clock in the morning and will it at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So we could play with the battery, paying for this service during all the day, according to giving back 100% of the battery charged at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. But what if in that morning he wants to leave the work at 11 because he decided to take room free and go into mountain, and at 11 o'clock the battery is at 30% instead of 100. No? So we need also to implement a communication with the user, and that communication have to be the easiest one. See, the less impacting, So also in that scenario, also artificial intelligence and the integration of our information would be helpful. No? So it's something that is under development, but let me just say, way, we cannot afford the introduction of a high rate of not dispatchable renewable sources without using the batteries of the cars. So it's a problem that have to be solved, and we need these batteries because not the cars, instead of helping, is increasing the problem. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm not an expert in energy, but yeah, I gather that what you're saying is really important. And the important thing is for everyone to be aligned. You have to make use of what you have in order to economize everything. In fact, I think there are currently some of the Horizon Europe, batteries, partnerships, and calls that are approaching maybe these kind of things. And so I gather you'll be preparing different potential projects for that. And yes, I think it's really interesting, this vehicle to grid also approach. So let's hope it can be well developed and implemented. And I don't know if are there any questions? I don't see anything else in the chat. And then my other source of questions. So I think that's it, Enrico. Then thank you very much for this presentation, for your participation and your availability. And yes, we'll keep in touch, and we'll share all the I didn't tell this before, but we're gonna share all the presentations with the participants, and maybe if you want your contacts too, so if someone is interested in deepen the knowledge. Thank you very much, and I introduce the next speaker, César Pacheco. He's actually a colleague of mine. He works with me in Fondazione Torino Wireless, and he's a technology manager, and he's currently working on a project about circular economy. It's called Circular 4.0, and he's going to talk to us about circular business models. So welcome, César. The screen is yours.
Hello, Silvana. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can see that. We can see everything, and we can hear.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here. As Silvana says, I work for Fondazione Torino Wireless, and I am the responsible of the activities in Piedmont for the project, for this Alpine Space project, Circular 4.0. The project starts on the 2019. We'll finish the next year on June. So today I will talk about circular economy and digitalization, focused principally on small and medium companies that are the focus of the project. For those companies that are behind, to try to understand how to stimulate them to innovate, to be more circular. I will talk about circular and digital. So these two concepts, how these concepts are related, some ideas on which kind of innovations and business models can the cities stimulate to help to grow the economy and the society. I will share these slides. In this slides, I am sharing the material, some material of the project, and material that we also use in the training activities of the project, focused again for the small and medium companies. And I will pass very fast to some of them because you are expert in these topics, but you will have the slides to go in deep on those topics. So my presentation will be divided in three parts. The first part, the faster, will be circular economy and digital technologies. The second, I will go through this project and the circular business models. And at the end, I will talk about the tools and some recommendations for policymakers from cities. So the first part, in the first part, I will talk about circular economy, digital technologies, and Industry 4.0, and what are the possible relationship between the circular and the digital transformation. So we start with the problem. As you know, the problem are the inefficiencies and increasing demands. Now that the inefficiencies are very good, we throw away about 80% of consumer products and their materials. On average, materials in Europe are used only once. 31% of produced food goes to waste in value chain. From 10 to 50% of building materials goes to waste during construction. The average occupancy rate of cars is about 8%, and office occupancy rate is about 40%. And on the other side, the global demand for raw materials will increase during the next 20 years, as you know. Farming land a lot, 200%, water 137%, steel 57%, and energy 32%. So this is difficult in the future. You know, we need a more modern, accurate, and sustainable society to live in. So it's needed an approach to a new generation of customers to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the objective of the Green Deal vision of 2050 for Europe to be the first continent climate neutral and to be a world leader in green technologies and circular technologies. So, you know what is circular economy? We take the Ellen MacArthur Foundation definition. Is in a short word, is a restorative and regenerative economy by design. Circular economy that is based on the principles of designing out waste and pollution, keeping products and materials in use, and regenerating natural systems. We can see in the picture the two kinds of materials that are considered in the framework of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, that the biological nutrients and the technical nutrients that doesn't come back to the biosphere. So we are in the recycle economy now, but in the circular economy society, the ultimate goal is to design out of waste and pollution by design. How to achieve these goals? Through the circular transformation, named as ecological transition for the companies. This is a complex process of organizational changes at all levels, and this cannot be achieved suddenly. It's a process. We can start, for example, narrowing or slowing loops, so using less resources on production, or encouraging product reuse, repair, less product to produce, but also help to close the loops. And finally, designing products and process out of waste and pollution. Different researchers tried to create a framework capable of grouping the different concepts belonging in the circular economy by categories of strategies that aim at maintaining the resources in the life cycle as long as possible. So here, as you know, in the beginning, the strategies were using the 4 years, so reduce, recycle, and recover, which is the evolution of the first 3 that doesn't include the recover. And this framework was proposed in 2017 that expands the circular strategies by inserting in this framework As you can see, smarter products used and manufactured with the concept of refuse, rethink, reduce, expand life products and its parts, reuse, repair, refurbish, and remanufacture, and repurpose, and use application of material, recycle, and recover. And in the next slide, you can see the definition that you know for sure. Here, the concept for the companies is a comparison between the short-term risk to implement circular principles, investments. You don't know if the market is really in some cases. You will depend on a strong collaboration with others. On the other side, the linear risks that are more evident on long term. For example, the lack of resources to become obsolete as a product, or not to be online with the increasing environmental legislations. So, but the bigger risk, the one with the higher likelihood and global impact, economic and social, is the weather and the natural disasters and climate change in general, and the difficult to mitigate and adapt humanity to it. So our ability to limit this problem is very slow if we don't go to circular. We have some circular opportunities. The other view, the opportunities of the circular economy and the digital revolution that could help the European Union to address this greatest challenge of building a sustainable green economy, and also being competitive on the global stage. Here, the circular triangle depicting the 3 dimensions of the circular transition, circular economy, as a systemic policymaking and regulatory view. Circular transformation representing the corporate challenges, and circular culture requiring a new platform of social values. So the transformation is only possible as a system. Innovation is needed, and the need of rethinking the business is important. Which is the consistency between the circularity and the digitalization? What about the digital element? Digital element is useful to support the process of designing and implement more circular business. The answer is not always. Digitalization is not a condition or does not guarantee circularity, but is an enabler and catalyst for innovation. It allows to have more data, more knowledge about the process, the products, and the supply chain. Obviously, if shared, it allows to conceive new products, process, ways of use, new revenue streams, new business models, and they also could allow to influence customers and the citizens. So we need to invest in this. The company cannot become circular now. Anyway, it's important to become digital because he could give the basis of the future to become more circular. Companies, for example, can start from internal processes from efficiency, making the loops shorter, and then approach to the external focus, so the customers, the needs, and implementing digitalization internal and external. You will obtain a digital business, a new business, or probably new revenue streams. From the technological point of view, which technologies are needed to implement the circular economy? We need the technologies obviously to collect data, to make efficiency process, to support circular design, platforms to support services. So you can see the necessary digital technologies exist. The challenge is to make them available and integrate them into the systemic approach that leads to sustainability. Here are some key processes improvements in which Industry 4.0 technologies can help. We are arriving at the limit of the fully automatic production. For example, here an example of a Chinese and American company that is able to produce the shirt every 22 seconds at a cost of 32 cents, and it's impossible to compete with this even in countries with a low labor cost. So technologies are very impact a very high in the business area, and they can produce with a low impact. Relationships are a final important concept. The importance of the relationship in the circular economy. We pass from a simple purchase to a more complex procurement process. So this is a big change that has many barriers. This is the most important concept here. Okay, I go very fast to the basic concepts, and now I go to the project. The Circular 4.0 is a Alpine Space project, and then about the circular business models. What is Circular 4.0 about? The main objective of our project is to strengthen the digitalization process by small and medium enterprise to foster innovation process and accelerate the transition to the circular economy, focus on the Alpine space area. The introduction of new technologies, for example, Internet of Things, big data, to enable new business models is the objective of the project. How? The idea of the project is what we are implementing now is training for entrepreneurs and intermediaries to increase the knowledge and raise attention on the topic. A methodology, we construct a methodology, we share tools useful for intermediaries, so for all the companies or the institutions that provide service to companies, more important for the small and medium companies that need much more help about the circular and digital transition. And for the policymakers, some ideas on how to support this kind of innovation. Here is the link of the website of the project. So which areas are involved? We have 30 regions in the Alpine space, 3 regions in Italy, 1 in Slovenia or the country, 3 areas in Germany, 3 in France, and 3 in Austria. We work with the environment park in Torino, with the Association of People of Small Enterprises in Turin, and Region Piedmont as an observer. These are a fast view of the tools that we are using. We have a learning platform named Talent LMS, circular assessment quiz for identify which is the maturity of the circularity, the potential of the circularity of the companies and the commitment. A comparison of different digital maturity assessment tools that are available in Europe. And we also use circular tool books that are modified business model canvas that we will see in the next section. This is the capture of the Talent LMS platform. So you will be available. It is available to go in and for the companies to obtain some training about the implementation of circular strategies, and also for intermediaries, institutions on the methodology on how to help small and medium companies to the digital and circular transition. These are the objectives. This is the circular toolbox, and here the link. They have a tool that is a circular canvas and a value chain canvas. Okay, and the project married with this value hill concept. That the value hill is this graphic that shows how in the linear economy you extract, manufacture, assembly, retail, add value. The user use the product and then destroy the value, the value destroyed of the material. While in the value hill, you try to close the loops. So how to retain value? Reuse and redistribution refurbishing, remanufacturing, or recycling the materials. Based on this framework, there are three main business models, four main business models. In the first phase, the circular design model, so design products and materials with the aim of long-term value retention. In the phase of optimal use, support better usage and productivity of the product or also the machines in the industry, for example, and capture value after the user life, so value recovery. This is the complete framework of the European Investment Bank that we married in the project. So the other is the circular support model that supports the digital technologies that support all the process and the relationship and with the in the value chain. So you can see another view of how these new business models can be implemented in the inefficiencies of the linear value chain. For example, you can see product as a service in red, so performance as a service, product as a service, or in blue, sharing platform, for example, repair and maintain, upgrade, resell, remanufacture, and in yellow, recovery and recycling business models. Very pretty. Some examples of these three business models. For example, the circular design, we have this example of a company named On Shoes that they need back the shoes because they are recyclable, no? But the innovation is the subscription service. So you do not own the shoes, so you pay a subscription service for the shoes. For example, this is a company in Piedmont, Novamont, that is a chemical company. It was a startup active in the bioplastic sector. So it's sustainable and circular by design. Optimal use, for example, maybe some of you know this example and about the laundry machine. Homey, whose behavior do we want to change at what price? So the purpose of change of business is pay per wash, and this is the price. So this is another example of optimal use business. And a value recovery, for example, again, the shoes, for example, Nike stimulates the reuse because they use shoes with the recycled material by design, so they need the shoes to come back to give them a new life. Another example for network organization to connect different sectors, different companies. For example, in this case, this is a Netherlands company from the returned cabinet doors. They obtain the material, the second material, and then they produce, another company produce with this 100% recycled sofa. Okay, now the third part of my presentation is the circular tools. I will show you some of the circular tools, and I will give you some recommendation for policymakers from cities. And so the canvas is about logic, so harmony between the parts of the business. So for key question to start, what is the problem of my customer? Who are they? Who are the customers or the stakeholders interested on the product, and also who are my suppliers, my users. The question, how do they solve the problem now? For is our solution better in solving the problems? In this slide is shown the Santa Maria Novella Cathedral, because an idea of the harmony on the parts. And these parts are the business model canvas, so all the main parts of the business are represented in this canvas that is a business model tool that was developed by Osterwalder, Switzerland researcher. And as you see in the center, the value proposition, here the key activity resources and partners that you need to produce this value, and here the part about how to provide the value to the customers, so customer relation, channels, and customer segments, and here the cost structures and the revenue streams. The canvas can help also to visualize, to analyze visually your business, to understand a little bit more how to be more also circular. So some researchers propose a change in an adaptation of this canvas, where the value proposition is dividing, also considering people, so the society, the environment, so the planet, and the economies and the profit of the company. So not only for profit, but also consider directly the business, the society, and the environment. And so if you consider society and environment as a stakeholder, you have to, first of all, in the value proposition, pay attention on the technology opportunity that how this can be useful for society and environment, how to provide the value to the customers with being sustainable, the value creation and deliverability. So how to provide this customer service being also sustainable and useful for the society, and value capture. So how do the companies make money to be economically sustainable? So you need in the circular view, you need these three value views. This is another instrument that can be used also for help companies to design circular products, but also for policymakers is helpful to understand which kind of business or activities can be supported or incentivized. For example, you can see three circles: customer-centric, technology, and sustainable. If you support technology adoption, looking at the customer needs, so you obtain the right delivery. If you focus on sustainability, so you can also see the efficiency. You can also see the crosses between customer and sustainability. So if you think on customer sustainability, you are in the right purpose for global and society. So you think to help these initiatives to support the right purpose and the technological adoption with a right delivery and for efficiency. It is more about how important is the collaboration in the value chain. For example, let's start with the less complex product with a short functional life. For example, in this case, for example, clothing. No, a partner in the value chain can help to close the cycle. For example, with maintenance or recycling. While, for example, a medium complex products with a medium long functional life cycle, for example, IT products, you need to include secondary suppliers within the value chain, for example, the component manufacturers. Or for high complex products with a long functional life cycle, for example, buildings, you need to involve supplier representatives, different perspectives, architects, installers, contractors. So the collaboration anyway is a key, is important, and more important for complex and long-lived products. Here, for example, some circular economy opportunities for the cities divided by phases from the planning till the implementation phase. this is a sort of objectives, best practice to follow. Maybe it's taken from MacArthur Foundation. For example, I choose some of these examples of circular opportunities that are directly related with digital technologies, what is not possible to implement without digital technologies. So using big data solutions to optimize mobility systems, designing vehicles for adaptable and shared use, multimodal transport as an integrated services, minimizing triple length, duration, and operational energy use via digital solutions. Here another one, for example, in the sector of construction and building, that it can be supposed that digital technologies are less useful, apart from domotics and energy, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning management, but also apart from the 3D building printers, there are some initiatives in this sense. But in the phase of planning, design, management of the materials, digital technologies can be very useful also in the construct field to save materials, to be more efficient, and also energy, to save energy. So you can find here some explain material and also in the website of the Ellen MacArthur. And finally, here we have seen, we can see some best practice from the project, from the city cycle project. Also, we have seen some examples this morning from the Turin city about the Torino city lab experiments that are very aligned with these recommendations. For example, I put in red some digital to where digital are very important. For example, for specific value chains. So you need to know use the technology in the right way in different value chains in different ways. For collaborative methods are important the technologies, the digitalization, green public procurement. For example, we have also in Piedmont we have now another Interreg project that is finishing. And they have an example, for example, on the how was being implemented a green public procurement for the vending machines in the campuses of the University of Turin. The name of the project is CircPro, and Piedmont region is the partner. Consider accessibility conditions, knowledge and technology-based enablers, available technology, as well as governance and institutional drivers, regional assets, and specializations. Stimulate companies to adopt new business models and industrial symbiosis. Some of the recommendations that I share with you now. And finally, here one interesting document from the MacArthur Foundation, that is the Universal Circular Economy Policy Goals, that can also give more suggestions, experience, and can be used when designing local strategies. Okay, thank you very much. I hope that some ideas or suggestions or materials of the project can be interesting for you. And I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, César. Thank you very much for this introduction and share of different circular economy, ideas and the business model itself, how to better develop or what to use when we want as a company to develop circular products, as you were saying. Question about the support and the materials, the tools that these brands have developed. Are they open for any kind of company that wants to, approach the circular economy topic? They could be used by any kind of company, or there have been designed for specific profiles of companies?
The material is designed for all the companies. It's not focused on one. that we choose some sectors specific, but the framework of the project is to provide a basic framework that can be used for all the companies.
Okay, so yeah, it's interesting because in that way it's not, for the companies to know what they want to approach. I think it would be
probably it's different to approach a small company and a big company. For example, if you make for example, we use some digital maturity tools to analyze companies' maturity. So you can use some questionnaires that are very short, very fast for small companies to help to think about the digitalization and the security options they can have. But if you have a big company, a manufacturing company, they need to make a much more deeper analysis. So there are other digital maturity assessment tools that are more fitted for these big companies. So the methodology of the project was also to analyze all the different tools that are available. We also provide from the project a simple tool to analyze the circular maturity of the companies, and that's the idea. The general idea of the project is to provide this methodology to the intermediaries organizations of the Alpine Space region, but the content will be available for all in the link that I shared in the presentation.
Okay, thank you. I have another question here. It says, in your opinion, between the company itself, the regional economy system, and local administration, where can circular economy initiatives should start? Or, in other words, who needs to be the initial driver of the circular economy paradigm adoption?
Let me think. Oh, it's a difficult question. The suggestions that I shared now says that every diciamo, local administration must identify which is the best strategy. Not the same strategy can be useful for every local administration. It depends on the capacity of the administration to collaborate with the main sectors or the stakeholders in the region. But for example, looking at the small and medium companies, for sure, I think the initiative of the local administrations are very, very important, because at least at the beginning, as for example, the Chamber of Commerce in the National Chamber of Commerce here are doing, they are giving learning sessions for the small companies to learn about the basic concepts of digital, because the problem is that the companies, if they don't have the idea, the vision, of the world that is changing, and that they need not only for saving money, maybe recovering value from the production, or making more efficient the production or the processes, because this can be very understandable. But for small companies, sometimes it's not so important. This is not the priority. But to understand that in the future this will be necessary, and now we have in Europe some resources for the transition circular and digital, we can use this opportunity to make both things and to innovate and create more value in the society and in the territories. But the starting point maybe is to digitalize, because if you don't have data, you don't have the idea how is used your product, what is happening in the value chain. So you need to understand much more how the value is provided to your customers, and how in the future this value can be maintained, or you think to how to change your business model to don't be obsolete?
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, César. It's really interesting, this circular economy approach. And I think it's something that, well, we saw in the previous presentation, all about different initiatives from the city of Torino, to then also Gruppo IREN that was talking about all the part of the waste management, how to better, analyze. I think it's all linked to the circularity of a city. So for sure, it's something that I think all the companies and institutions should start to, address at least, or be aware of. Thank you very much. I think we are for the presentation and the availability. As I told everyone, we'll share the presentations and everything. And I think that's, this is the wrap up of the part that has been organized by us as Fondazione Torino Wireless. And now I give the word to Christian to present our masterclass speaker expert of today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Silvana. I hope you can hear me. Thanks to all the previous speakers that have shared their knowledge and projects. It's been a very interesting morning, and now's the time to welcome Michael Lake, who's gonna be our main speaker and conduct the masterclass. And Michael, welcome. I think you're connected, right?
I am. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to see you. I'm also happy to see Carlos Agusti, who put us in contact. Hello, Carlos. And well, introducing Michael, I can easily spend the whole morning. And the idea of a Smart City Clusters program is to bring experts, to bring talent, and to bring content that is valuable for you and to be shared in order for everyone to gain knowledge and expertise and participate in these events with a good outcome. And I think Michael really fits this objective because he's been an expert on smart cities for more than 2 decades, and his experience is quite wide, not only in terms of different actors or administrations, but in terms of the type of institutions that that ask them for advice and how smart cities should be developed. So, Michael, I will give the floor straight to you, so you can share with us your presentation, and we're going to be gathering questions from the audience to share with you at the end of the talk. So, thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and welcome to everyone who's joining us. I know you've just heard some tremendous presentations, the great work that's happening in Italy, which, if we had more cities around the world doing projects like these and with leadership like this, I think we'd be in a much better place. So I want to thank Christian, you and Carlos and everybody who has organized this phenomenal agenda to bring us all together and to share such best practices and inspiration from all over. As Christian said, my name is Michael Lake. I'm president and CEO of Leading Cities. We are a global nonprofit organization. We're headquartered in Boston in the US, but we work all over the world. And for us, our mission as an organization is to drive resiliency and sustainability for all by unlocking the potential of our world's cities. And so for any city that really wants to become more sustainable and improve their services, their equity, the quality of life for their constituents, their residents, their citizens, their workers, their visitors, Leading Cities provides smart city solutions, pilots, and best practices, to name a few of the programs and services we do provide. We believe deeply in this mission, and it starts with a simple fact about the term smart cities. So I want to start off with this, and anybody who has heard me speak before will probably heard me say this before because I try to slip it in somewhere into every speech, because I think it's a fundamental thing to understand about smart cities. So as we all know, that term, smart cities, is less than a couple decades old. So in terms of human history, it's a fairly recent term. The important thing I think for us to all to appreciate and understand about it is that even though the term itself is new, the concept underlying it is as old as cities themselves. So coming right back to Italy, I mean, you think about the Romans building aqueducts to bring water into cities, or paving streets, adding traffic lights and traffic signals, building subways and even trolley cars. Those were all smart city solutions of their time. So what we're really talking about when we talk about smart cities is really about city evolution. And in this particular period of time in human history, we all know that innovation is being driven by incredible advancements in technology, incredible on multiple levels, not the least of which is the speed at which these advancements are happening. So unsurprisingly, cities and this now term smart cities certainly refers to, although not exclusively, the technological advancements that cities can undergo, from digitization and then of course cybersecurity, to just simple things, more simple things I should say, like LED lights. So ultimately, we as cities have a big goal, right? And as you all may have heard, I think we've all heard it, although yes, there are some deniers. The world is in a point of crisis, right? Climate change, sea level rise. I mean, 95% of the world's cities are coastal cities. We all know that for the first time in human history, more than 50% of the world's population now lives in cities. And that's expected by 2050 to hit 70% of the world's population. So you take all these factors together, and the reality is we have a real challenge. But cities, and this is the really important part, cities lie at the heart of the solution. So you can't have a sustainable planet without having a sustainable city, or smart cities, and smart cities everywhere. The reality is we as cities have created a tremendous challenge for the world, right? We consume 80% of the world's resources, but occupy just about 2% of the world's land. The UN has predicted, and this is a little bit of an older statistic, I'm sure it's changed slightly with the pandemic, but I haven't seen the updated number. But every single week, more than 1 million people moving into cities somewhere around the world. So already we're consuming 80% of the world's resources. Our demand is only growing higher and faster. And that's already putting increasing pressure on the resources cities already have, the infrastructure already in place. And we all know that cities don't have limitless budgets. So there's a real reckoning that needs to be had here. And it starts with recognizing cities' role, not just in becoming more sustainable, but what its role has been in creating this issue with climate change. I mean, as cities, we consume 66% of the world's energy, produce 70% of the world's carbon emissions. And if we drill down a little bit further on that, I mean, what's staggering, I think, about this and the next graph is, I mean, yes, we can see that oil and coal, fossil fuels are driving this much larger than anything else. But the really critical thing is when you look at the curve itself and how since the mid 20th century, we have just taken off like a rocket. It's just not sustainable. Looking at another breakdown of our carbon emissions, this one by country. You can see China, US, and the EU were the top 3 offenders here. So all of us here on this call have a really critical role in determining the future of not just our cities, but frankly, of our planet. And we've all seen, I'm sure, many different versions of this, but the impact climate change can have. So on this particular image, you see on the left a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature versus a 2 degrees Celsius increase. Either one is not good. But to highlight just a couple of real issues that exist here. I mean, fresh water, we're seeing it with 1.5% increase, degree increase in temperature, Celsius that is, a decrease of 9% of fresh water. Increase that another 0.5 degree Celsius, and it's down 17%. That doesn't sound like a whole lot, especially on a planet that's covered in water, as we all know. But the reality is, only 1% of the water on Earth is actually drinkable. So we're having to look at all kinds of solutions to make sure that humans have access to water in the near future. It's predicted by some that in just the next 18 years from now, less than 2 decades, we might be out of drinkable water, natural drinkable water. So yes, there are definitely solutions out there, and they're innovating all the time. That, for instance, desalination solutions. But of course, a lot of these solutions require a lot of energy. Energy that's produced with coal and oil and gas that further drives up our temperatures. So it becomes a real challenge, not as simple as one might think. The other issue, of course, is feeding our population. As I said, we continue to grow. But with an increase in temperature globally, we're looking at crop yields dropping from as little with corn of just 3%, although still significant, to as high as a 16% loss of production with wheat at 2 degrees Celsius increase. So again, we have to, if we're going to be sustainable, we're going to have to think of more sustainable ways of tackling these problems. And then, of course, there's the issue with sea level rise itself. And whether it's 40 centimeters or 50 centimeters, this has huge implications. Not to mention the weather changes. I mean, right now in the US and Canada on our west coasts, there's a heat dome, literally creating the highest recorded temperatures ever in Canada. I mean, the impacts of this are seemingly grand, but almost limitless in terms of who it's affecting and how. Now we have another challenge that we're facing, and what this global pandemic, I mean, no doubt, it has been a real challenge. I mean, the loss of life, and I do want to pay tribute to anyone who we've lost and anyone who's lost a loved one. I mean, this has been a global tragedy. It has, I think, for most of us, brought an awareness to the real threat that a pandemic can have for ourselves and for the world at large. Now, I will say, not everything that came out of the pandemic was tragic. You know, we have seen reductions in pollution. So just looking at Europe from March and April of 2019 to March and April of 2020, a tremendous you know, reduction in the pollution in our air, which became a nice reminder for us of what it was like to breathe a little easier, a little cleaner air. And I think that reminder is not insignificant, right? It's a reminder of the way things used to be, and how they can be again. So I think there is an opportunity for us to leverage this. It has often been quoted, at least here in the US, it's been quoted so many times, I don't know even who to attribute it to anymore. But you never want to waste a good crisis. I mean, there's no doubt that the pandemic was a crisis, but it brought certain things to light, and we shouldn't waste the opportunity. So leveraging this opportunity we now have, where people do remember what it's like to breathe clean air, and help them and us as a society to drive more environmental concerns and, more importantly, actions. Now, the same is true in India, by the way. If you look here, you can see an even greater decrease in pollution. To put that into a slightly different perspective, a photo taken of New Delhi's India Gate in October of 2019 versus just 6 months later in the middle of the pandemic, when traffic and because of our lockdowns and whatnot, where we just weren't producing the amount of pollution. I mean, what a world of difference. How does that affect all of us? I mean, it's not just about making this a more attractive place and the economic opportunity that comes with tourism. It's also about the health concerns. So our cities are our gateway to better economic health, better human health, better opportunities in terms of jobs and personal growth. I mean, there's no reason why we would ever want to go back to that picture on the left, but it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of effort, a lot of commitment, and a lot of change. And we all know, if there's one thing that can be said about humans, we're not the biggest fans of change. But nonetheless, we have to do something about it. And another great quote here is, every threat to the status quo is an opportunity in disguise. So this is our opportunity to transform our cities, not incrementally, but with dramatic changes, with people, humans, at the center of those changes. Here in the US, our Native Americans had a tradition when they were making decisions. They would do so with the seventh generation in mind. In other words, recognizing that the actions, the decisions that we make and take today have an impact, a ripple effect through time that will affect future generations. So the question here, this philosophy that our Native Americans had, was, how is today's decision going to impact 7 generations from now, 7 generations in the future? I mean, that's the kind of long-term thinking that I think we as city leaders and business leaders and just a global community have to be thinking about. So I think this is an opportunity to transition from the Industrial Revolution dominating the 20th century to a societal revolution that can dominate the 21st century, again, with people at the heart of it all. So again, just to reiterate this point, the same old thinking generates the same old results. So if we're going to expect something different, we have to do something different. The status quo, frankly, it's a threat to cities. And as it is a threat to cities, it means it's a threat to humanity. The status quo is not a good thing. It has to change. And with the accelerating rate of innovation that exists in the world, there's plenty of opportunity for our cities to update, upgrade, innovate. But there are real challenges in doing that. I mean, here in the US, we have cities, every community can be slightly different in terms of its procurement rules. You know, in some places, it's technically illegal to be innovative. And now I say that somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but what I mean by that is some procurement rules, and they were initiated with good reason, you know, to prevent corruption, but some rules don't allow a city to purchase a solution or a product, a service that hasn't already been used by other cities. So, you know, that sounds good when you're thinking about corruption and you don't want, you know, the mayor's brother-in-law to create a company and some wackadoo solution that he can sell to the city. Fine, we get that. But at the same time, cities have to innovate. We have to be taking advantage of the technological advancements that are occurring and do so at a more accelerated rate. So I think that there's an often overlooked element to the public procurement process. And I think oftentimes, you know, in the work we do with particularly startups, although businesses in general, just tends to be, as we all know, startups are much more agile and therefore much more innovative. But their take on things is often, of course, the government moves too slow. We've all heard that. And there's a reality to that, without a doubt. There's also a purpose to it. But nonetheless, the real issue here that I'm making, the point that I'm making, is that it's not just about government being slow, right? There's a reality behind all of that we have to also acknowledge. And behind every purchase by the government is a person who has made that decision, or sometimes a group of people. But nonetheless, those individuals have to be confident in the decision to purchase something. They have to be confident because they know in the end, if no matter how innovative it may have been, no matter what benefit was promised, if it fails, who's to blame? They know that they will take some of that blame, if not all of it. And so you have to consider them and how that relates to their livelihood. So I mentioned this because one of the things that Leading Cities has worked on a lot in recent years is to try and build a bridge to cross that chasm that exists between government, particularly local governments, and startups or innovators. And to do that, to build that bridge, it really requires two things. One is the increase in confidence of city leaders in these innovative solutions. And second is a decrease in the perceived risk of doing something innovative within a city. And getting city leaders to move out of the comfort zone of doing things this way they've always been done into a slightly uncomfortable zone, which is to try something new. You know, there is a price to pay for trying something new. It doesn't always work. But failure is not, I don't even like the term failure, but I'll accept it for point of this conversation. But failure is not always a bad thing. You know, as long as we learn from it, it helped to advance the world, not just one city, it helped to advance the world towards a greater, more sustainable city life. So anyways, I do want to talk now about some of the other impacts that we have seen through the global pandemic. So we've already seen that mass transit ended up in many places just vacated. So this is an opportunity for us to think about the future of transportation in our cities. You know, is there a better system? Maybe it's a more micro-transit system to make up for reduced routes that may be caused with the lack of demand. Maybe it's more on-demand services. What happens when a 40-foot bus can only have capacity for 8 people? You know, during the pandemic, the economics of mass transit were broken. So yes, we can go back to the way we did things before, and that will be the case in most places. Or we can use this as an opportunity to rethink what other solutions exist. And we don't have to, I'm not suggesting, by the way, that we get rid of mass transit. I happen to be a huge fan of public transportation. But that being said, I have a toddler at home who cannot be vaccinated yet. And so since this pandemic started, I have not taken public transportation once. This is a real problem. But it's a risk. It's a risk to my family that I'm not willing to take. I do hope that, you know, in the very near future, you know, being squished together in a subway or a trolley car or whatever, train like we're seeing on the screen now, will not be an issue. But until that's the case, this is an opportunity for us to deal with. We've seen our streets transform. You know, during the pandemic, I think one of the great benefits is opening up our eyes to the potential of what our cities can be. And I mean, you take a city like New York, they had already begun trialing 7 miles of open streets to ease crowding in the parks. In Oakland, California, almost 10% of the roadways had been closed to through traffic. And Milan plans to build 22 miles of new bicycle lanes, and permanently widened sidewalks were instituted for post-lockdown reality. In Bogota, Colombia, they've opened 47 miles of temporary bike lanes. Budapest suggested that its new bike lanes may become permanent if the measures prove favorable. An openness to change. Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo has called returning to a car-dominated status quo out of the question. So we are seeing that city leaders are coming to terms with a new reality for their cities. Another example is public spaces. You know, that 6-foot distancing has its impacts, right? We saw lower capacity in our public transit. We saw redesigning of public furniture, social distancing for outdoor eating. Now, all of these measures are not going to remain post-pandemic, but what they, I think, help some of us to see is that there are other ways of interacting in our city. There are newer opportunities to redesign our spaces, including our green spaces. You know, the picture on the left, these were devices, I'll call them, whatever you want to call them, but to create that 6-foot bubble, so to speak, in a public space. The green space on the right is an imagined public park with walking trail, but with hedges that provide that distance between people. These are all just ideas. I'm throwing out there to prove the point that, you know, we can re-envision our communities. But it all starts with government action. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we all know that cities have limited budgets. And that's a real challenge. It's something we have to address and deal with. But we also have to address the fact that this is not just a municipal government or a local government issue. This concerns government action at every level. You know, when we look at just global infrastructure needs and the investment that needs to be made over the next 20 years, we're looking at $94 trillion. It's almost $4 trillion a year. Now, in current spending, we're looking at a $15 trillion gap at best. So you can't achieve the results that we need without the financial investment to make it happen. And we have to find ways of closing that gap. That is just talking about our infrastructure needs. There's so much more. So what are some of the other ways? We've all heard about public-private partnerships, but I'm going to add that personal in there, because we have to recognize that this also involves us as individuals. It is a shared challenge, public sector, private sector, and individuals. And we all have to be in partnership if we're really going to create that change that we need. So we need to force the exploration of innovative solutions. We need to rethink our public procurement processes to adapt to this reality of the 21st century, where technology is advancing at such a rate that, by time an RFP is issued or a tender is issued and the product is deployed, the product can very likely be obsolete. It's too slow. Private sector KPIs should include climate impact, right? It's about accountability. We have to increase our accountability. And of course, end users, you and I, no matter what we do, where we live, we all have a role to play in adopting behavioral changes that better support a more resilient, more sustainable lifestyle. So this is just to show you that some projected investment in smart city projects. Now, granted, this is going out to 2025, so it's a projection. But I will say one of the great takeaways I hope becomes a reality is the increasing nature that we see. At least it's not decreasing. But we also have to recognize that this pandemic was a setback when it comes to city financing. I mean, just in the US alone, cities are projected to lose about $360 billion of revenue through next year because of that economic damage caused by the pandemic. And 88% of cities expect a revenue shortfall this year. For cities with populations of 50 to 500,000, 98% expect a shortfall. So yes, we're going to have some financial realities to deal with. What we have to figure out is a way to do more with less. So what would we be investing in? There are so many options out there. I thought I'd highlight a few examples, hopefully to serve as a little bit of an inspiration. This is by no means an exhaustive list. I mean, it's not even the tip of the iceberg. But leading cities, every year we run what is now one of the largest resilient and smart city accelerator programs in the world. We call it Accelicity. This year alone, we had 534 applicants from 44 different countries, representing 24 different verticals. Now, when I say verticals, yes, this is a fancy little business term, I suppose, but in this context, a vertical is another way of saying a challenge that a city is facing. So 24 different challenges being faced by cities and communities. And I have to tell you, some of these innovations are mind-blowing. Some of them are just an improvement on an incremental improvement, but an important improvement on the way we're doing things already. Each one creates an impact and certainly of value. So to give you some examples, one of the big themes that emerged in the applications and through our 50 semifinalists that were just selected and announced this month, last month, I guess now today's the first, last month. But one of them was really around plastics and every dimension of plastics. You see on the top left here, it's innovative ways of collecting our plastic. This is a company that has built these barriers. They call them blue barriers. Very simple devices. But as you can see, if you look closely there, those little dots in that river are representative plastic waste. 80% of the plastic that ends up in our oceans actually comes from rivers. So we're kind of tackling, or they're tackling the issue of ocean plastic at the source, so to speak. Now, if anybody has followed the issue with ocean plastic, you know it's a massive issue. I mean, we're basically building an island of plastic in the middle of the ocean. There's so much of it. By 2050, it's projected by some scientists that we will have more plastic in our oceans than fish. I mean, this is a tremendous challenge. But every year, it's getting worse. We're dumping 10 million tons of plastic into our oceans annually. So this is one solution. And, you know, cities, there are many cities around the world that have rivers. This is an opportunity for cities to make a difference in our oceans. There's a pilot project going on, just launched actually in Italy, in the Tiber River last month. So this is happening. But then it's not just about the collection of plastic, it's also about what we do with it when we collect it. And so the picture in the middle here on the top row is actually a worm farm, mealworms. Who knew that mealworms actually digest plastic? And they don't just break it down into smaller bits of itself. They actually completely digest it. The chemical reaction in their gut, in their digestive system, completely eliminates plastic. Now, yes, there is a little bit of residue that passes through the system, but for the most part, it's almost entirely gone. And what little bit is left can be treated in other ways. But this is, you know, turning plastic into organic material used for fertilizer. In a farm like you see, that is a farm, by the way, all those trays, a mealworm farm of 600 square meters can consume a ton of plastic every single month. The photo on the far right is breaking plastics down to its original materials and repurposing those materials to biodegradable versions. The repurposing on the bottom, you see on the left is some fertilizer. Those pellets, those slightly green pellets, are turning plastic into plastic gravel, essentially, that can be used in construction or in gardening, for instance, instead of using stone. And then some of the consumer products that can be generated from recycled material are cups, straws, plastic bags. We've all seen them. This is, of course, an improvement on what we know today. Some of those plastic bags that we see, the reusable ones, are actually more of a challenge. Plastic itself, every bit of plastic that humans have ever produced still lives on this planet somewhere. It's plastic, you know, survives for 1,000 years or more. So that's one of the themes that came out of this year's. You know, for city fleets, whether it's garbage collection in this example or any heavy-duty vehicle, there's another solution out there to easily convert those to biodiesel. You know, just to give you a sense of how big this problem is, heavy-duty trucks make up 7% of the vehicles on the road, but produce 25% of vehicle emissions, carbon emissions. So it's certainly a huge impact in terms of carbon. And if we are serious about achieving our Paris Agreement goals, we have to deal with these issues. Using biodiesel reduces greenhouse gas emissions by up to 80%. And this isn't just about greenhouse gas emissions. This also affects human health. You know, by transitioning to biofuel, you can see a 45% decrease in cancer risk, over 200,000 less asthma attacks. I mean, these are real societal impacts. And of course, street lighting. And street lighting, I think, you know, the conversion to LED lights is probably one of the best success stories of smart cities, in part because the business model, the actual economics of it made sense. There was a short payback period. It was an easier project to implement. Nonetheless, we still have over 500 million lights around the globe that are using 20-year-old technology and producing so much greenhouse gas, we'd have to plant 38 billion trees to make up for it. Now, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, one of those old double head streetlights produces 1.3 tons of carbon emissions a year, which just alone is 75 trees. So this particular device is not just about LED lights. I don't want to give that impression at all. This is using street poles that can be added to existing street poles or light poles. And it has photovoltaic cells on top. It has a unique wind turbine. So it's generating its own electricity, solar and wind. And it has an agnostic, device agnostic platform that you can add any type of IoT devices, air quality, call buttons, traffic cameras, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So these are just some of the many solutions out there that can help us to upgrade our cities. So I've been talking for a long time. I apologize for that. I'm grateful for your attention, but I do want to conclude by saying that just re-emphasizing the point that cities are at the heart of our global future. That if we don't create more sustainable, more resilient cities, not only will the populations in those cities, which is the majority of people on the planet, not only will they suffer, but the ripple effects through time will be astronomical. So our planet is at risk, as we know. Our cities are the first step and a major part of the solution, or they can continue to be a major part of the problem. So sustainable cities begin with you. It's all about the partnerships you develop, the partners you engage. It's about the strategies that you create, the investments that you make, and the opportunities that you seize to make a difference in our cities and ultimately to make a difference in our world. Thank you so much. I hope you have some questions. I'd love to connect and answer as many of those as possible.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think it has been a very. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, fantastic. And also the examples that you have just shared are very self-explanatory. I am sure there are many questions. Now let me just read. John Pochettino from Cluster Digital has raised his hand. John, the floor is yours. If you can ask Michael.
Yes, thank you, Christian, and thank you very much, Mike, for such a brilliant and inspiring speech. I think this really makes the difference having such speeches in events like this, and it I wanted to say it clear. I've heard you speak about, for instance, several contexts, confidence in innovative solutions, for instance. I heard you speak about government action, KPIs, procurement adaptation, and a lot of things. And I was thinking, and this is the question I would like to put to you, is if there are mechanisms for cities for them to learn one from each other. Because it seems to me there are a lot of pilots all around, a lot of projects, small projects, focusing in very specific challenges for very specific cities. Cities they don't are equal. They are different all around the world. An Asian city has nothing to do with Catalan one, for instance. For instance, are there kind of profiling methods for cities to see what solutions that might be good for the city, where they might be good for me, for instance, for my city? I mean, what kind of mechanisms does the city have in order to, adopt and adapt solutions for themselves?
So I'll be honest with you. I think this is a great area of improvement. In fact, when Leading Cities first got started, we started as a program, a research program at Northeastern University in Boston. And the whole premise was that there were, like you just laid out, there were projects and research in urban centers around the world that were being done, and there was very little exchange. So the original concept was, how do you get urban researchers to share their research? By the time I launched the program, I already realized that that was a snowflake on the tip of an iceberg. It wasn't just about exchanging existing research. There was so much more. It was about involving cities themselves in that research. It was about doing collaborative research on a global scale. So it was, that was the original vision of what now is Leading Cities. The truth is, there's so much opportunity still left to be made. Now, we have created something we call the Leading Cities Circle. It's an online platform, and it connects, we have, using the same nomenclature, we have sub-circles. So we have a circle that's dedicated to just government leaders, another one just to solution providers. And then they all connect in another layer. So this is one of the tools that Leading Cities has created to try and achieve exactly what you've talked about, this exchange of ideas, this exchange of experiences, building that awareness. But I'll be honest with you, it's helpful, but it's not moving the needle or tipping the scale at the rate I would like to see. I think there's a lot more that can be done on this. I think there's a lot of public awareness that needs to be built up around this. I think the media has a role to play. We're so quick to cover all the stories of wherever something went wrong in a city, much less interested in covering all those stories where a city did something right. And if we made some of those stories a little bit more public, a little more mainstream, they serve as inspiration for others. I mean, there's an incredible number of examples out there of great projects that have happened. I will say this, this is a bit of an opposite answer to your question, but it's a word of caution. We have seen, and when I first started Leading Cities, one of those early questions we had was, how do you even compare cities? Who is a smart city, or which city is smart? And so we were undergoing a couple research projects at the time, and so we were at our capacity, and I said, okay, look, when we free up some capacity, we'll look into creating a ranking so we can answer that question. By the time we had the capacity, rankings were already, popping up all over. Fast forward a decade later, more than a decade later, and no offense to anybody who publishes a ranking, but I've come to hate them all. And part of the reason I hate them is because, by virtue of being a ranking, you create this zero-sum game. In order for one city to move up, another city has to move down. It creates this false sense of competition among cities. Cities need to be working together. This needs to be a collaborative approach. No one city is going to figure this out all on its own. I think, frankly, I'm going to give a little political insight into my way of thinking, I suppose, but there was not almost anything that I agreed with our former president, Donald Trump, about. But I will give him credit, although I think it was it was certainly not the decision I would have made, but by pulling out of the Paris agreements, I actually think he did us a little bit of a favor. Now I'm glad we're back in, but by pulling out, he forced mayors to say, wait a minute, we can't rely on the federal government. We have to take action. And so that's the one good outcome, I would say. And it did create this opportunity for mayors to connect, to talk about some of these issues, to share some of their experiences. So I think it's started a little bit what I hope to be a snowball effect, that as we keep the momentum going, the impact gets bigger and bigger. But it's a complicated question you've asked. Even though it seems so simple, it should be easy. I mean, these are good stories. We should be able to share them better.
Thank you very much, Michael. John, I think he has answered your question, right?
Sure, thank you.
I hope I answered your question, by the way.
John?
I'll take that as a yes.
Sorry, no, I thought I lost the connection. Yeah, one actual thing I would like to say is that I seem to remember there used to be a kind of a set of indexes or KPIs. I don't remember now, for cities to compare between themselves, and I was thinking, well, this might be kind of a method for cities to understand whether a solution in I don't know where might fit their particularities, and like this make it easier to decide whether to import and adopt a solution. I seem to remember there were these kind of KPIs or figures. At least here in Spain, there used to be a standard, I think, or something like this. I don't know whether this has evolved in the last years or not.
So actually, Leading Cities a couple of years ago, we actually published a rating. We called it the Leading Cities rating, and that was the underlying fact. I wasn't going to promote that, because it's our own. But coming back to me being so critical of rankings, what I like about rating systems is that you can still use all the indicators, the indexes, but the main difference is the rating we created was like modeled after like a municipal bond rating. In a perfect world, every city would achieve AAA bond rating. Just because one new city achieves AAA bond rating doesn't mean somebody who had AAA has to drop down. And so it changes the dynamic between cities so that there's more, just more of an environment and a culture to support each other, to help somebody go from AA to AAA, so to speak, and to learn from each other, rather than kind of keeping these trade secrets so that we maintain our #1 status. It doesn't help in the long run. So there are some systems out there that exist. I think we can just still be doing a whole lot more about them or with them.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, Michael, I have a question, which is
Sure.
more of a reflection turned into a question, and is that well, I think we all must adopt the idea of having hope in science and innovation, right? Because if we're, you have shown some examples and the sentence you said is we need to explore innovative solutions, right? So the COVID comparison that you've made, the photo of Delhi, was self-explanatory, and also the napkin picture as well, when you say same, I think it was same habits, same results, right? So there's a need for change. So seeing also from the beginning the dangers and risks of an unsustainable way of growing worldwide, and the importance of or the relevance of cities as a gathering points for population, shouldn't we start to develop new types of policies that allow us managing the overall economy and the city processes, and also people's habits in a way that we're not going back to pre-COVID times? I mean, have we reached the point where the good proactive individual will of some part of the citizenship is not enough?
So this is a really interesting question. I think, and I don't want to get too philosophical here, but I think that one of the fundamental changes we need for a global culture is and it's driven like from places like the US for sure, but it's this idea that of constant growth. You know, there are limits to our growth, you know, and right now we have tracked, I mean, just take, for instance, the stock market, right? Just one example. Stock markets, you know, just grow and grow and grow and grow. Yeah, there's little fluctuations here and there, but overall it's growing. It's just unsustainable, right? We can't sustain this level of growth. I mean, it's the same with population. Population's growing. You can't achieve everything you need to achieve for every person when the number of people is increasing. The demands for each person are increasing. The expectations for further growth are increasing. And our resources remain limited. I mean, it's a broken equation. So I think we have to, as humanity, have to rethink our incessant and obsessive kind of approach to growth. And at some point, I do think there is a major and difficult, when it should happen, reset that will occur. I think this pandemic kind of gave us a glimpse into what that might be. But overall, I don't think it's really curtailed much of the growth. So as bad as this pandemic was, when I'm talking about a reset, at some point, now whether it happens next year or in 100 years, I couldn't say, but there will be such a catastrophic event that it will make this pandemic look like a tiny little blip in history, rather than what we've experienced and know to be a really difficult time in human history. But I just don't see a future where we can continue to grow at the rate we're growing in every aspect of life, essentially, when we still have limited resources to do it.
No, very, very interesting answer, and I keep one word that you said, and it's reset. I mean, we all need a reset, and society and individuals and communities somehow need to reset in order to understand this new way to tackle the future, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And look, it's easy for me to say what I just said. You know, frankly, they're just words being spoken by me. You know, what does that matter? What I said, if we try to tackle this issue of constant growth, it does have huge implications. I mean, positive and negative. I mean, and it's vast implications. It affects everything. I mean, global trade and international relations, and I mean, it's not just about cities making wise decisions, you know, about, you know, turning their city fleets into biodiesel. You know, it's so much bigger than that. I mean, in the United States, to give you an example, and I don't want to drone on about this, but in the US, you know, studies showed that basically since the mid-'80s, the average person has not seen a pay increase. Now, the only way that stays sustainable is by keeping goods cheap. And so that has created this tremendous reliance on Chinese produced goods, which there's a number of issues with that, but not the least of which is the carbon emissions that are created with less strict environmental rules and regulations in China, plus the transportation environmental costs of transportation. So you can see, I mean, this could be a 3-day lecture on just this one tiny little issue, but it has huge implications. I'm not blind to that fact, but I do think we have to look inwards and think about every action that we as individuals take, the actions we take collectively as cities and on a global scale, because we all have that power to change things. Yes, it reminds me of a story, a little story, and I'll end with this, of the man who was walking on the beach with his daughter after a rainstorm, and there were thousands of starfish that were pushed up onto the shore, and of course they weren't surviving out of the water. And the little girl asked her dad, what was going to happen to them, and he explained. And so she bent over, she picked one up, and she threw it back into the ocean. And her father said to her, honey, you can't save all of these starfish. It's not going to matter. And she looked back at him and she said, but Dad, it mattered to that one. And so that, I think, is the story we have to walk away with. Each one of us have that impact that we can make. Yes, none of us will make the global impact we need to see, but if we're all willing to throw that one starfish back, thousands of them will never get back to the ocean.
Well, I thank you very much for sharing this last example, because we all should, feel more empowered to lead by example. I mean, and as long as we absorb and adopt the thoughts and knowledge that you shared today, we can also become advocates and talk within our communities to make that change happen. So I think this is the start of the process. And well, I end up this session today with more hope than fear. So
good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think you achieved it. I don't know if there's any other additional questions. Mirko, maybe I think it's 2 o'clock. We overtime. Mirko, would you like to? Mirko is another partner in the project. And maybe you want to launch this last one, and we.
I think I'm good with that. I don't want to overstress the participants today.
So we're gonna then. Thank you very much, Michael. Very nice talk. Thank you very much for considering the time difference, because it's very early in the morning in Boston, but the world is connected, so we managed to do it. We thank also all the participants for being connected. We're going to be sharing the recorded session of today and also the first 2 dates. And we, Michael, invite you to join us the rest of the program if you like. And if the time so and the little toddler allows you to do it. And final note, I'm happy to decipher the Morse code below your presentation.
Ah, you got it.
I got it, yes. I don't know if many people does, but Michael is sending a hidden message on his presentation. So when we share the video, you all can hear that chat. Thank you very much, Michael, and to all of the participants today.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And remember to connect on the 6th. We see everyone in the 6th at 9 a.m.
Exactly. We're not sharing the agenda today, but we're going to be sending an email with the updated agenda for next Tuesday. Thank you, Silvana, for reminding.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks,
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
Hey, everybody.